So expert riders finally, this is their practice session out on the track right now. We're going to have one more practice set heading out before we get underway with racing. Just want to welcome everyone who is watching live online here. Hopefully going to be a good day of racing here from Winchester. We've got heat race halves going to be coming up first, so we'll have some heat races. Then we'll go into a little bit of a break for track work, and then we'll have the main event halves. That's the format we run here at Winchester for Supercross. So ideally, folks going to be watching all day long, and if you join in, we certainly are glad to have you here. So once again, we are still just finishing up practice. We went a little bit longer with practice here on the first round because we want to give riders a chance to get used to the new layout. This is the first time they've had a chance to get out there and take a look at it. So again, we just want to make sure everybody's comfortable with the layout. So you're just sort of looking at a static shot right now. The finish line as we work through the expert riders practice. Once again, want to remind folks, make sure you have those transponders on your bike. If you are switching bikes during the day, going from one to another for different classes, make sure you move that transponder over. So that is going to bring out the checkered flag here on the expert riders practice session. So just one more practice session here. That'll be the pit bike riders. We're going to need riders in the 50+ in women's class, motor number 1, down into the staging area to line up for the first moto of the day. 2-stroke open. You have the second moto. You should head down to pre-staging. And first call for 50cc riders, 4 to 6 and 7 to 9 down to the pre-staging area as the pit bike open riders head out for their practice laps. Once again, just winding down the practice sessions here. As I said, giving riders a little extra time on the track here, as this is the first time that they've had a chance to look at this layout. So we definitely want to make sure we give them plenty of time here. Of course, pit bikes, you can give these guys all day on the track. They're still going to go out there and clown around and have a good time. So this is really just going to let these guys run a bit here. Once again, 50 plus and women's class racers, you are the first moto of the day. You should be lining up down in the staging area. Yeah, it looks like we already have our first pit bike casualty of the day. We see smoke coming out of one of these machines already. Need to remind folks that even in the pit bike class, got to have those numbers on the plates. Make sure you put numbers on all 3 of the plates so we can figure out who you are out there. Yeah, that one not sounding good, not looking good. That rider sitting at the top of the jump there. Yeah, I'm no mechanic, but all that extra smoke probably isn't a good thing. And that is going to wrap up the practice sessions. We got equipment out on the track here, and we're going to take just a few minutes to get everything back in tip-top shape. So as I said, this is round one for the Supercross series. We're going to be doing some nighttime races here. 7 races this year. Today we got Suzuki, KTM, Yamaha, and Honda paying contingency money, so make sure you are listed correctly on your bike brand and your results. That is where they go to check the contingency information, so make sure you're listed correctly. Open A and B tonight. We're going to have a 50% payout to the top third. And tonight it's 200% payout on the 250A. And don't forget, coming up, we got Dash for Cash races at halftime. 250C and 450C will have a Dash for Cash. And then 250B and 450B will have a Dash for Cash. And of course, we take top 2 from each heat. If we need to get an alternate because we have a rider that competes in both classes and qualifies, we will pick an alternate. We'll let you know who those riders are at the completion of the first half. And again, this is Supercross style scoring, so first half is a gate pick, and all the money is on the line in the main event half. We do take a break between the first and second half here on the Supercross side. Make sure we get the track back in tip-top shape before we get underway with the main events, because the track does break down just a little bit. And it looks like we are making some other changes out there as I see them working on that section over by the step-on, step-off. Yeah, it looks like we are taking that little section out, I think. So it looks like you're going to be able to step onto that thing and then just roll off. We've had a bunch of riders almost going through that second lane there. So we're going to be making just a few little adjustments to that as you see the machinery over there doing some work right now. Want to remind folks, as always, Winchester Motorsports open on race day here. When you're heading up to the track, anything you need you can grab at the store right across the street. As you are here throughout the race day, you can head across. They are open through most of the afternoon. Do exercise caution if you're going across the highway to get over there, though. That is a very busy, busy road, so we want to make sure everyone stays safe. We do have a rider celebrating a birthday with us here this weekend. On behalf of everybody here at Winchester Speed Park, I want to say happy 16th birthday to the 884 Jason White. 16, and you've been racing motorcycles. That means you're going to get a license. And God help us all, you're going to think you're racing out there. So take it easy, Jason. Happy birthday. So first moto of the day, women's class and 50 plus lining up on the start gate. Looks like we do have division racing in the open A and B class today. So make sure you check and see which division race you need to line up for, and then you need to make sure you check your results as we take top 8 from each of the division races right into the second half. And then we have an LCQ. That'll be the final moto of the first half. And I believe we are going to take 4 out of that one. And the rest of the folks, unfortunately, are not going to make it to the main event. So finishing touches going on the track here. Once again, want to remind folks, make sure you have numbers on your number plates. All 3 number plates have got to have numbers on them. Yes, we do use transponders, but occasionally we do need to go to a backup, and you have to have the visual scoring. Yes, that does include pit bike riders. So make sure you get those numbers on there, please. So just a few finishing touches here as we get ready to go racing. So 50-plus class and women's class racers out on the start gate. As you know, here on the Supercross side, we do not double gate start, so it'll be a single gate drop for both classes. And we are ready to go here, checking them down the line. I'm going to clear all the mechanics off that back area. And here we go, first gate drop of the 2015 Supercross Series. Oh, a couple people a little anxious there. And looks like it's a 64 of Berquist getting to the turn first, but the number 10 of Doucette going to come right by on the inside. So Doucette on the number 10 out in front. There's a 64 Berquist right behind him. Looks like the 884 of White into third. And to the inside, Burke was going to do the block pass move there. Did not quite work out for him, and it looks like it's going to be Zarsi now making the move up into that third spot. So Mike Doucette, Kevin Burke was Kurt Zarsi, top 3 in the 50+. Katie Hanisch, the 13 KTM with the lead in the women's class. Sierra Bernard on the 418 Suzuki in second, and Cheyenne Andrews running in third. And again, Berquist is going to use that inside line. So the 64 of Berquist will take over the lead here as he makes a nice move to the inside, coming into that left-hand 90-degree turn. Doucette trying to hang on to that second spot, and there is Zarsi right there, and now it looks like the 418. Sierra Bernard going to take over the lead in the women's class. As Bernard coming through that step-on, step-off section, Hanisch into the second spot, and she's going to get clear up onto that one. Is the 418 Suzuki rider. So Bernard does take the lead. It is Hanisch into second, the 163 of Cheyenne Andrews across the line running third. Scott Podman going to take over the fourth spot in the 50+. It's going to be the 166 of Simon Tooley into fifth now for the 50+. And it's Katrina Cato in fourth now for the women's, and the 527 Alyssa Curtis will round out the top 5 in the women's class on the REP Sandbox Kings ride. Now you see Burke was starting to stretch out the lead just a little bit at the front of the pack in the 50+. So following the 64, Kevin Burke was down the highway rhythm section there. And Zarsi making the move around now into the second spot. So the number 10 of Doucette dropping back another spot. And Bernard making her way to the lead early, and looks like she is going to give herself a little bit of breathing room as well. So now Zarsi is going after Berquist for the lead in the 50+. Nice move on the inside. So the Top Gear MX Factory Connection, Zarsi Custom Cabinets ride. Kurt Zarsi making the move on Berquist to take the lead in the 50+. And definitely a little bit of gamesmanship there as he set that one up. And that is the checkered flag, the race win for the rider on the 602. So Kurt Zarsi with the win. Berquist, the Tri-City Linux ride, will come across the line in the second spot. There's the number 10 Yamaha ride of Mike Doucette. He'll hang on to third. Race win in the women's class, the 418 Factory Connection Suzuki ride of Sierra Bernard. It's going to be the 13 KTM. Looks like Katie Hanisch going to hang on to the second spot. Looks like the 163 of Cheyenne Andrews will hang on to the third spot, rider out of West Kingston, Rhode Island. And we have got the two-stroke open riders on the gate for the next moto. So two-stroke open race 2 in the order on the gate. 50cc riders should be in the staging area. Open A and B, Division 1 and 2 down to pre-staging. That is going to be the 528. That is the North Adams sheet metal ride of Taylor Fortini grabbing the hole shot. And Fortini's going to lead him through that rhythm section. On the 43, it's Mike Barbin running in the second spot early on here. And then you got the 207. That is Marco Trask running in third. Riders making their way to the finish. Oh, the 205, Kevin Hill. Will take that fourth place spot away as the 639 of rounds goes high in the turn. And now the 43 taking over the top spot. So Mike Barbin gets around in the lead early on here. We'll see if Fortini can answer back quick. And it looks like the 207 of Trask is now closing the gap on Fortini, so we may see a battle for that second spot here as well. Riders through the inside rhythm section. And Barbin now trying to make himself as comfortable as possible out front. He's starting to stretch it out just a little bit. Trask going to try to protect that inside line. Riders through the rhythm section on the far right-hand side of the track. Oh, nice move to the inside. The 207, Trask, way to the inside. And that is going to put him up into the second spot, as it looks like Fortini having a little bit of trouble. I think he might have stalled the bike coming out of the turn there. So the 43, Barbin making his way through the rhythm section as the 207 of Trask moves to second. And now the 205, Hilson Contractors ride. Kevin Hill into third, and Hill is closing the gap on Trask. Oh, Hill keeps it clean coming into there. He could have very easily gone right up the inside on him. So unfortunately, a little bit of a blockade there for the stream as they come down. Oh, and look at that, side by side. Nice jump through the outside line. And the 205 of Hill is going to take that spot away. So Kevin Hill, nice move to the outside. And 50cc riders lining up for the next moto. Kevin Hill now give himself a little separation there as we see a rider off the side intended to. Going to be the one lap board coming out here. So the 43 of Mike Barbin through the rhythm section on the right-hand side. There is the 205 Kevin Hill second, Marco Trask in third. Rob Brown's fourth, and Dylan Hughes rounding out the fifth place position. So final time through the rhythm section on the inside for the 43 of Barbin. that'll be the checkered flag, the race win here in the two-stroke open for the 43 Yamaha ride of Mike Barbin. A little stylish whip over the finish line there. The 205 Hilson Contractors ride, Kevin Hill across the line second. And the Impulse Graphics ride of Marco Trask will bring it across the line in third. 50cc riders are going to come off the start gate next. Open A and B, Division 1, you should be in staging. Division 2 in pre-staging. Going to take just a moment here as the track staff takes care of that down rider there, 319. Having a little bit of trouble in that moto, and they are going to take very good care of him. So once again, we have EMT staff, track staff out there taking care of that down rider. So once again, for all you folks watching live online, we have just a quick break in the action here. Just a down rider on the track, so of course we do want to give him plenty of time to get that taken care of. Our safety of our riders is of our utmost concern, so as we said, taking just a few moments here as you look at the riders in the 50cc class. That is going to be the next moto heading out onto the track, so as we said, taking time and giving very good care to that down rider who is being attended to right now. So we'll be back with the racing action in just a few moments. So as said, unfortunately, that rider being taken care of. Make a little bit of noise. Let that rider know you're thinking about him out there. It's good to see that alert and able to pay attention to everything. So I know that we like to exercise caution here, so they'll take very good care of that rider. And I do want to remind folks that we have round 2 of the Supercross series coming up on June 13th, Saturday night, June 13th. That is a 200% pro payback in the 450A. So you 250A riders that are here today, I'm going to show up next weekend on your 450. And of course, we'll be doing Dash for Cash at halftime. Next weekend, we are going to throw it up to the vet classes. So it'll be 30 plus and 40 plus C. 30 plus and 40 plus B. That'll be doing Dash for Cash next weekend, but today we do have the B riders going out in the 250C and 450C, 250B and 450B for today. Don't forget, coming up also round 6 for the motocross series is Father's Day. We have that Father's Day race. We'll do the dad's classes, the auto retirement classes, and of course that 6D helmet contest that we do. So make sure get your dad out on the practice track, get him to run a few laps. Who knows, maybe get out of there with a free helmet. And it looks like we are going to go back to live racing here on the track because we've got the bikes fired up on the line. All right, checking him down the line here. And the 30 card's going to go up, and we'll get ready to go racing. And sporting the Mohawk there out front, the 919, Liam Corman going to grab the whole shot. Cannot miss that bright red Mohawk on top of the helmet. And that rhythm section on the side there is going to be very, very tricky here in the 50cc class. That's definitely not an easy section for these younger riders. And there we see Corman making his way into the inside rhythm section. So the 919 with the early lead here in the 50cc 7 and 9. We do have 4 to 6 and 7 to 9 class racers on the track right now. So it is Liam Corman, Mason Nettleton, and Brandon Germain, top 3 in the 50cc 7 to 9. Jaden Doyen running in the 4th spot, and it's going to be Adam Hine rounding out the top 5. 50cc 4 to 6, the 365 of Nick Frazier out front with the early lead. And Frazier with a solid gap. Jeffrey Jacobs on the 5'11 in second. It's going to be the 9:01 of Austin Ober in third for the 4-6 class. So the 928, Nettleton taking over the top spot now in the 7-9. Oh, it looks like bike problems for the 919 of Corman as he's off in the middle. Oh, so tough break for Corman. He was battling up front. So the 928 of Nettleton out front taking the lead. And it's going to be the 111 of Madden Hain into the second spot now as Hain making some nice moves to get through that inside rhythm section. Brandon Germain in third. It's going to be Jaden Doyen, the 327 up into fourth. And going to be the 113 of Merrill Cox moving into the fifth spot now. And the 365 of Frazier having some problems. So Austin Ober, the 901, takes over the lead in the 4-6 class. Jacobs into second on the 5'11. And a little trouble for the 113 of Merrill Cox dropping the bike there, but I don't think he's going to lose a position. And Ober with a little bit of trouble coming out of that inside turn, that right-hand bull turn. But I don't think Jacobs got around him, so I believe he still has the lead in the 4-6. So it is Mason Nettleton, Adam Hain, Jaden Doyen, Brandon Germain, and Merrill Cox top five in the 7-9 class. Austin Ober holds down the top spot there in the 50cc 4-6. Nick Frazier back into second. And there's the 5'11 Cobra, the alias ride of Jeff Jacobs in the third spot for the 4-6. Final time around here in the 50cc class. And that'll be the checkered flag, the race win for the 928 KTM ride of Mason Nettleton. There's the 111 of Adam Hain, the shift racing ride in the second spot. The 327 of Jaden Doyen going to hang on a third as he brings the KTM up and over the finish line jump. There is Brandon Germain on the number 30 making his way in. A little sideways there coming up to the finish, but Germain gets it done. We have got Open A and B Division 1 on the gate. Open A and B Division 2, you need to be in the staging area. Open C riders in pre-staging. And here's your race winner in the 50cc 4-6, the 901 of Austin Ober with the win. 365 of Frazier able to get back into that second spot. And it is going to be the 5'11 alias Cobra ride of Jeff Jacobs across the line to bring it off in third. That's going to do it for the 50cc riders. Madison Casimir on the 11 will be fourth for the 4-6, and the 514 Sebastian Sari will round out the top five. Going to be Jaden Doyen third, Brandon Germain fourth, Merrill Cox fifth for the 7-9. Carter Hab in seventh, Liam Corman in, Carter Hab sixth, Liam Corman seventh, Lucas Fuller eighth, Owen Webster in ninth, and Kendall Gattani rounding out the top 10. And we've got Open A and B Division 1 lined up on the start gate. And not a big surprise to see the 238 of Ben Robinson quick out of the gate. Robinson gets it done off the start gate here. We watched him take hole shot after hole shot on the motocross track just a few weeks ago. So starting it off right here in the Open A and B. So Ben Robinson, Greg Hutchinson, Devin Sorensen, that's your top three. Robinson going to take it down to the inside line there in that rhythm section on the far right-hand side. Hutchinson on the 30, trying to close the gap on him early here. And there you see Sorensen up in the mix as well. All right, so Robinson, nice run through the rhythm section. Here comes Sorensen on the 214, going to try the inside line. Loses a little bit of drive and not able to make the pass there, so he's going to go back to work on him. So through that outside there on the right-hand side, we see the battle of the lead. Top three riders making their way through. It's Ben Robinson, Greg Hutchinson, Devin Sorensen. Pete Pollock in the 4th spot. It's Chris DeRay running in the 5th. Nick Pinkham 6th. Nick Poole 7th. John Comitis 8th. Kyle Ramsey in 9th. And Evan Soteropoulos, the 792, rounding out the top 10 here. All right, Robinson continues to lead. Sorensen is working hard, trying to find something for the 501 of Hutchinson here. Oh, ride it down hard at the end of that inside rhythm section there. Looks like he's back up on his feet. Looks to be the 267. That's Chris DeRay having a little bit of trouble. He's going to lose some spots there, but DeRay able to remount. Doesn't look like Sorensen any closer on the gap there to Greg Hutchinson. So with 1 to go, Ben Robinson, Greg Hutchinson, Devin Sorensen, less than a second separating Hutchinson and Sorensen. So he was in striking distance. He can definitely close that up again. Here's the 310 of Pollock going through. He is in the 4th spot still, and the 53 of Nick Poole is going to drop down as Chris DeRay moves up to round out the top 5 now. Here's the 267 of Ben Robinson, final time through the inside rhythm section. And that is going to be the checkered flag, the race win here in the Open A and B Division 1. 238 of Ben Robinson with the win. Hutchinson 2nd. Sorensen will come across the line in 3rd. Sorensen riding the Manchester Honda C-Cycle suspension ride. And kind of a gap back to that 4th place spot. Pollock on the 310 Yamaha. solid ride for fourth, but you can definitely see that Sorensen, Robinson, and Hutchinson are going to be the guys that are going to want to put a beat on here if you want to get to the front of the pack in the Open A and B. And the rider that's currently sitting in the 8th spot, we'll see if we can hang on to it. It was the 267 of DeRay. See where we end this up. Remember, the top 8 from Division Racing will transfer directly into the second half. The rest of the riders have to go to the LCQ. We take 4 from the LCQ. And the rest of the riders are done in the class at that point. And it looks like it's going to be the 1, 2, 3 of Kyle Ramsey who comes across the line 8th. So Ramsey will hold the final ticket directly into the second half. Soteropoulos, Campbell, Houle, Cerrone, and the rest will have to go to the LCQ. Here we go with Division 2 for the Open A and B. And the card goes sideways. Here we go. Treadwell trying to hold that inside line, but looks like it's going to be the 23 of Josh Clark coming away with a whole shot. Treadwell in the second spot right at the end of that rhythm section. So Clark, Treadwell. Looks to be the 5.29 of Seth Ciccarelli into the 3rd spot. Ciccarelli getting a face full of roost, courtesy of Mike Treadwell there. So it is Josh Clark, Mike Treadwell, Seth Ciccarelli, Lucas Neff on the 74 running in the 4th spot. Justin Perez rounds out the top 5. Nick Chase in 6th, Tom Albano 7th, and Jeff Hab, the 58, sits in the 8th spot on lap 1. That's the final transfer spot. And we've got plenty of laps left to run here in this race, so as you know, anything can happen. All right, so the 23 of Clark continues to hit his marks there. Ciccarelli gets around on the inside to make the pass on Treadwell. As we watch Neff come through that rhythm section, continuing to run in 4th. And there's Justin Perez. The 195 Yamaha rider rounding out the top 5. He has got company, though. Nick Chase looks like he has closed up the gap considerably. Looks like 2 to go here for the Open A and B Division 2. Open Novice riders next off the gate. Riders in the 85 A and B 7 to 15. You should be in the staging area. And 85C 7 to 15 riders down to pre-staging. So the 23, Josh Clark, through the inside rhythm section, going to make his way to the finish line, and it is going to be the 1 lap board as the 5.29. Ciccarelli continued to try to close the gap on him, but it looks like Clark may have just given himself enough breathing room. He has nothing to worry about in this moto. Here's Treadwell on the number 9, up and over the finish line jump. Solid 3rd place run. So that is going to be the checkered flag, the race win here for Open A and B Division 2. The 23 of Josh Clark with the win. There's the 529 Seth Ciccarelli across the line in second. Oh, the number 9, that is the Alias Factory Connection Motorsports Nation KTM ride of Mike Treadwell. He'll hang on to third. 74 of Lucas Neff across the line fourth. It's going to be the 195 of Justin Paris rounding out the top 5. It is Nick Chase in 6th. Tom Albano 7th, and the 8th and final transfer spot goes to the 58 of Jeff Hab. And we've got open novice riders on the gate getting ready to go down the start line. So 22 riders full gate here in the open C. And on the inside line, that looks like it's going to be the 25 of Dom Pizzonia. So Dominic Pizzonia grabbing the whole shot here for the open C. And Pizzonia able to jump that inside section. Campbell did not, and that kind of held everybody else up. So that is going to be good news for Pizzonia. The 118 of Nick Edwards is going to jump by into the second spot. And now the 579. I'm sorry, the 570 of Cody Stoddard trying to make some moves as well. And Stoddard's going to get up on the inside. So it's the 25 of Dom Pizzonia with the lead. Nick Edwards in second, Cody Stoddard third, Cameron Campbell fourth. Riley Maynard rounds out the top 5. Ed Estuco in the 6th spot. Travis Mahonen running 7th. Alex Adams in 8th. Dexter Samaro 9th. And Matt Gallagher rounds out the top 10 as we watch our leaders down the highway stretch. And now the 570 of Cody Stoddard starting to pick up the pace a little bit. Stoddard closing up on the 118. Oh, a little trouble for Riley Maynard there as he stalls the bike. He had gotten around into the 4th spot. It looks like he is going to hang on to it. And now the 97 of Ed Estuco will move into the 5th place spot as we watch the number 7 of Campbell drop out of the top 5. Oh, right down at the end of that rhythm section there. Just kind of buried the front tire, went down. This is a softer surface than you see on a professional Supercross track. The dirt here not quite as packed down. And now the 570 taking away the top spot. So the 25 of Pizzonia down, like a little trouble on the right-hand side of the track. Back up and running, but that's going to cost him the lead. So here is your leader on the 570. 2 to go for Cody Stoddard out front. Nick Edwards hanging on a second. Maynard up to 3rd. Pizzonia in the 4th spot. And Estuco continues to round out the top 5. All right, Stoddard trying to hold on to the lead. The 118 Yamaha ride of Edwards trying to make something happen here. Edwards not quite able to get there on time to put a wheel in on him. So Cody Stoddard holding on to the top spot here, 1 to go. There's the 118 on the inside. Can't make the pass happen there. So Stoddard and Nick Edwards, 1 and 2 down the highway stretch. Oh, a little bit of a mistake there for Cody Stoddard, but he keeps himself up on 2 wheels. That is going to be the checkered flag and the race win for the 570 KTM. So Cody Stoddard takes the win. Nick Edwards will hang on to second. Riley Mader making a move to third on the final lap. There's a 97 of Ostico. He'll make it up to fourth. And the Motorsports Nation Yamaha ride of Dom Pizzonia back into the 5th place spot there. We've got 85 A and B riders next off the start gate. So race number 7, the 85 A and B next off the gate. 85 C riders, you should be in the staging area, and riders in the 30 plus A, you should be in pre-staging. Can you hear me? So 85 A and B riders. Race number 7 in the order, getting set to fire off the gate. And a host of riders down to that turn. Just trying to get a look at the number here. So that was the 198 of Foligno with the hole shot. And the 444 of Coquino is going to go by on the highway stretch. So the 444 takes over the top spot. So Justin Coquino's out front with the lead. The 198 of Foligno grabbing the whole shot. He's going to sit back in the second spot right now. Tom Kirkulonis, the Poplar Hill Machine, Husqvarna ride, up into the third spot. Zarcy in fourth on the Zarcy Custom Cabinets Top Gear MX ride. Ryan Langen rounds out the top 5 on the 196. And actually looking like Kirkulonis switching back to the KTM. I don't see him on the Husky anymore, so it is Kirkulonis on the KTM in this one in third. So tricky rhythm section there on the right-hand side as we watch the 444 of Coquino's coming through that inside line. Sort of an off-angle, kind of off-camber single down that hill. You can see riders Most of them going to that inside line there. A big deep rut starting to form right there. Langen, the 196, trying to close the ground between him and Tom Kirkulonis, but so far nothing doing there. The 111 of Larry Fortin now going to make the move up into the 5th place spot. As Chapman Motorsports Kawasaki rider there, not getting the start he was looking for, but definitely making his way through the pack. So Justin Kikino is going to get the 2-lap board as we follow the battle between the 196 of Ryan Langen and the 111 of Larry Fortin. That's the battle for 4th. And Fortin going to sweep the outside. See if he can get him at the end of the section here. And no, Langham, the 196, is proving to be a tough customer. Fortin on the inside. Going to push the issue a little bit here, see if he can get around, and he will make the pass there. So good battle going on there in the top 5 as we watch the 444 Coquinos through the inside rhythm section. And he's going to get the 1-lap board this time around. So final time around here for the 444 of Justin Coquinos. There's a 198 of Angelo Foligno, still a solid run in the 2nd spot. The 45 Poplar Hill Machine KTM coming through the inside rhythm section. That's Tom Kirkulonis hanging on a 3rd. Oh, Kirkulonis, a little mistake there as he looked like he missed a shift. And Fortin is going to close right up on him. So Larry Fortin looking to make another pass here with the 1-lap board out. So here is your moto winner coming through the finish line turn. It's going to be the checkered flag and the race win for the 444 of Justin Coquinos. Here's the 198 of Foligno. He'll come through in the 2nd spot. And picking up the battle for 3rd through this rhythm section. And Fortin missing that single into that section. That may cost him a shot at the 3rd spot there. As it looks like time might run out on this one, but good run to get into that 4th place position. Going to give him a decent gay pick in the main event half, so can't be too unhappy about that. So it will be Kirkulonis, Poplar Hill Machine KTM hanging on to 3rd. Fortin will finish it up in 4th on the Chapman Motorsports Kawasaki ride, and it's going to be Langen rounding out the top 5. That does it for 85A and B. 85C 7 to 15 class racers next off the start gate. And we've got 18 riders lined up in this class, so another full or just about full gate here. And a big wheelie down the start straight, and it looks like a hole shot for the 726. That is Jason Rose. Rose just decided he'd just use the back tire, leave that front tire up in the air, saves wear and tear on the tread. And it looks to be the 29. That is going to be Matt Hanisch, the MC Racing rider, into the 2nd spot, into that inside rhythm section. And the 919, or 916, I'm sorry, Jake Lincourt going to make the move through. So Lincourt picking up the spot. And he's going early. After the lead of Lincourt, nice inside line move. He's going to take the lead. So the 916 Kawasaki ride, Jake Lincourt moves to the front of the pack. Matt Hanisch 2nd, Jason Rose in 3rd. Logan Barnaby, the 255 in 4th. Cody Sheedy 5th. Chris Boucher in 6th. It is Dylan Barnaby 7th. Briar Russell, the 101 Scott Concrete rider in 8th. Caleb Yirk in 9th. And the 21, Josh Siegel, will round out the top 10 here on lap 1. So the 919 down the highway stretch. And we got a freight train here about the top 8 riders all working through that same section. And now the 29, Hanisch. Oh, the leader goes down. Hanisch gets tangled up with him. And the 726, Jason Rose, finds himself back out front. Barnaby on the 255 in second. Cody Sheedy third. The 51 of Chris Boucher fourth. And it's going to be Briar Russell, the 101, moving up to round out the top 5 as those riders still getting going out there. So tough break for Hanisch as he was poised to take the lead after a little miscue, but ended up getting hung up as well. And now Chris Boucher and the 101, Briar Russell with a little battle going here. That's for the 4th spot into the whoop section. Russell trying to get the inside line. He's going to have it coming into that turn. Let's see if he can make it happen. No, Boucher is going to hold on to it. But Russell powers by on the outside to take the spot away. So the long way around does the job. All right, here's your leader, 726 of Rose. Got 2 to go. Barnaby on the 255 Honda running in the 2nd spot. Sheedy in 3rd, and Barnaby is right on the leader here. And Rose executing that section very cleanly. That is going to give him a little more of a gap. Oh, and it looks like the 101 of Russell may have had some problems on the right-hand side. The 51 of Boucher back into that 4th place spot. So 1 to go. The 726 of Rose trying to get it done out front. The 255 of Barnaby right there still. Not much change in the gap between the top 3 riders. Oh, and it looks like the 51 of Chris Boucher having problems in the inside rhythm section. So the 978 of Dylan Barnaby going to move to 4th. Jason Rose at the end of the highway stretch. He's going to come into that rhythm section on the left-hand side through the whoops. And into the step-on. So Rose trying to pick his way through some lap traffic there. Going to go to the inside. He's got to be careful. Barnaby is right there. And that is going to be the checkered flag. The race win goes to the 726. That is the KTM ride of Jason Rose. Logan Barnaby right there. He's going to have to settle for 2nd in that one. Cody Sheedy will finish it up in 3rd. Looks like the 978 of Dylan Barnaby going to hang on to 4th. And the 238 Kawasaki making his way through the inside rhythm section is Caleb Yerke. We'll see if he can hang on to that 5th place spot. That'll do it for race number 885C. 30A riders next off the start gate. Riders in the 30B class, you should be in the staging area. 50cc open riders down to pre-staging. So a light breeze blowing over the track here. We've got the 30A riders lined up here. This is race 9 in the order. We're going to count them down the line. And sweeping the outside, going to be the rider on the 13 Suzuki with the whole shot. That is Rich Frank grabbing it. And Frank leads him to the inside there. He's got Treadwell on the outside. He's going to jump right by. Hedges on the 74 is working on him on the inside. So things got real hectic real fast for Rich Frank. Oh, and Hedges misses that inside jump. Oh, and it looks like problems for Frank as he's off the rhythm and goes off the side of the track. So it is pretty much mayhem out front here in the 30A. Treadwell hangs on to the lead. The 909, Ryan Wadsworth into second. There's a 74 Suzuki of Hedges into third. On the 112, Kenny G's Performance Tuning, Joe V's Design Ride, Rick Morin running in the 4th spot. It's going to be Greg Landry on the 23 Kawasaki rounding out the top 5. A bit of a trouble in that section, and it looks like we got a rider off the side there. So clicking off the laps here in the 30 plus A, there is the number 9 of Mike Treadwell. He's going to get the 2-lap board. The 909, Ryan Wadsworth, solid run on the Yamaha in second. There's a 74 of Jason Hedges making his way through in third. And a little up and close and personal there, the 71 of Kenny Germain getting a little how do you do from Mike Treadwell as they go through that rhythm section there. Those guys no strangers to each other, so maybe make a little dinner plans there as they go through. Yeah, I'll meet you down there at the Longhorn later on. So final lap here in the 30 plus A, Treadwell, Wadsworth, Hedges, Morin, and Frazier top 5. Prospect Designs Honda ride. And it is going to be the 365, a Heath Frazier Kawasaki rider will round out the top 5. That'll do it for 30A. 30B riders on the gate. So this is race number 10 in the order. 30B getting ready to leave the gate. 50 open riders should be in staging. Pitbike open riders in pre-staging. And first call for 250A down to the pre-staging area. All right, looks like everybody lined up down in the game. We got everything straightened out from the 30A. So 30 plus B riders will be firing off the gate next. So beautiful day for Supercross racing here at Winchester, and we are ready to go here with the 30B. Counting them down the line, the 30-second card is going to go up. And she is going to turn that sideways and get the heck out of there as we're ready to go racing. Nice jump up the inside. That looked to be the 58 of Jeff Hab. So Jeff Hab with the whole shot here on the 58. Honda rider out of Salisbury, Connecticut. Looks like it's going to be the 43. Steve Kimball making a move to second. Then the 87, it looks to be CJ Rousseau, the factory connection rider, up into third. Rousseau's going to give that spot up. It looks like to the 88 of Chris Dean. So it is Jeff Hab, Steve Kimball, Chris Dean, top three here in the 30B. Ron Lacoste, the Paul's Towing and Auto, Yoshimura Works Connection, Bell Ride running in the fourth spot. 455 of Walt Miller rounds out the top five. CJ Rousseau out of the top five after a early challenge area, had a little bit of trouble on that rhythm section on the inside, and now it's going to be the 43 of Kimball charging out to the front. Hab into the second spot. 88 of Chris Dean tried to challenge on the inside but went down. So Dean goes down at the end of that highway stretch. And he's going to have a little contact with the front tire of Lacoste, and the 142 is going to go down. So a little bit of bumping and grinding going on here in the 30B class. And the 58, Jeff Hab back to the front of the pack again as he gets around the 43 of Kimball. And right through the top of the berm, the 88 of Dean. So Dean not able to get the brakes applied there at the end of that rhythm section. So the 94 of Mike Commune will make the move up into fourth. Walt Miller now rounds out the top five. Actually, I'm sorry, Commune is going to move to third, Miller fourth, and Bergeron rounds out the top five now. So picking up the 58 through the inside rhythm section, that is the Honda ride of Jeff Hab, your leader here in the 30 plus B. There's the 43 of Steve Kimball, the Yamaha rider, making his way through, hanging on to that second spot. The 94 of Mike Comeau hanging on to third. Now you got the 455 of Walt Miller, though. The Yamaha rider has closed up the gap on Comeau. And there's the 35 of Bergeron rounding out the top five, but Bergeron's going to get some company as well. And there is the battle for third. On the far right-hand side, that rhythm section into that off-camber downhill turn, and Miller is putting pressure on the 94 of Comeau as they're going to head down the highway stretch. Here comes Miller to the inside. Little block pass, can't quite execute it though. He's going to try it again. And Mike Comeau just going to keep the momentum up on the 94, but this time around it looks like Miller's going to switch back to the inside. Side by side, and the Yamaha rider has the inside line. We'll see if Comeau can cut back. Not able to do it, so the 455 going to work for that one, but he's going to get the spot. We're on the final lap here. Here's your leader coming down to the inside rhythm section. So that will be the checkered flag. The race win here into 30 plus B for the rider on the 58 Honda. Jeff Habb takes the win. It's going to be the 43 of Steve Kimball, Yamaha rider, making his way through the inside rhythm section. He'll hang on to that second spot. And the 455, Walt Miller, going to make it through in third. Comeau on the 94 looks like he's going to hang on a fourth. And it looks like it's going to be C.J. Rousseau, the 87 Factory Connection Kawasaki, to round out the top five. 50cc Open lined up on the start gate. So 50 Open next off the gate. Riders in the Pitbike Open, you should be in the staging area. 250A riders should be in pre-staging. So 50cc Open riders lined up on the gate. There you see on the end the 175. Cole Ranucci using the time-honored lift that back tire up over your head method to get the bike started. If you're a 50 parent, you can feel his pain. Yeah, it looks like that bike is fired up there, so. Got all the riders lined up here in the 50cc Open. 18 riders down there on the gate. That is a pretty full gate here in the 50 Open. Once again, pit bike riders, you should be in staging. 250A in pre-staging. And here we go. A pack of riders down to that turn. Well, it is going to be the 113. That is Merrill Cox coming away with the whole shot. He had a lot of company into the turn, but was able to execute it. A little sideways going through that rhythm section there, but he's going to keep himself moving forward. As that whip section into that step on is a very tricky section for any size bike. And these 50cc riders definitely working for it. Vision. All right, the 327, Jaden Doyen on the inside to make the pass. He's going to get into the lead right at the finish. So the 113 of Cox will drop down to second. Nice move on the inside by Doyen. Mason Nettleton, 928 in third. Brandon Germain on the 30 running in 4th. It's the 111 of Adam Hang rounding out the top 5. Carter Hab on the 158 in 6th. The 43, Eric Franklin running in 7th. Lucas Fuller 8th. Nick Frazier 9th. And Jack Straught, the 55, rounds out the top 10. Ober in 11th. Webster in 12th. Kendall Gattani in 13th. Jeff Jacobs in 14th. Renucci rounds in 15th. And it's Madison Casimir on the 11 and 16th. And we have got a battle for the lead here. As Doyen looks like he's gotten around. Cox trying to answer back. And that's Nettleton actually taking over the lead. So Nettleton getting around, did not see that pass happen. So Doyen into second. There's the 111 of Adam Hain. He's going to move up into 3rd. The 158 of Carter Hab to 4th. And there's the 113 of Cox. So Cox having a little bit of trouble. He's down to the 5th spot. He's got the 43 of Eric Franklin right on his tail. So Nettleton to the inside there. He's going to make a nice move through the step-on section. So 1 to go for the 928 of Mason Nettleton, the 327 Jaden Doyen in the 2nd spot. There's the 111 of Adam Hain coming across the finish line jump, hanging on to 3rd. Carter Hab in the 4th spot. Merrill Cox trying to get it back from him. And there's the 43 of Franklin in the mix as well. So we got a 3-rider battle right around the 5th place spot there. You see Nettleton again using that inside line as he comes into that step-on section. So switching up lines to come to the inside right before the finish, and that'll be the checkered flag. The race win here in the 50cc Open for the 928. Mason Nettleton takes the win. 327 and Jaden Doyen across the line 2nd, and he was closing the gap. There's a 111 of Adam Hain across the line to hang on to 3rd. The 158, Carter Hab rigging it on in 4th, and moving around on the final lap to take that 5th place position, the Shift Racing KTM of Eric Franklin. Merrill Cox will get 6th. The 55, Jack Straw across the line in 7th. It's going to be Nick Frazier on the 365 in 8th. Across the line 9th, the 901 of Austin Ober. And rounding out the top 10, it'll be the 919 of Liam Corman. And we have got the Pitbike Open on the gate. Another full-looking gate down there. We've got 20 riders here in the Pitbike Open, so that is 20 times mayhem, no matter how you slice it. So race number 12 in the order, Pitbike Open next off the gate. 250A riders should be in staging. B riders, you should be in pre-staging. Sweeping the outside, the 143, TJ Donahue grabbing the whole shot. Triple A to Max Nolan. Looked like he had a good jump. Donahue got him on the outside, and now you got a rider working through the whoop section there. That is the number 8 of Andy Young, flying through the whoop section. So Young's going to move into second. Donahue's going to be dealing with him. And now the 88. That is Jeff Spring up in the mix. Spring's going to make the move to third. So the 143, TJ Donahue across the line with the lead here on lap 1. On the number 8, Andy Young in the second spot, the 88 Kawasaki ride of Jeff Spring running in third. It's Justin Kikinos, the 444, running in the 4th spot. Max Nolan rounds out the top 5. Brent Lee Murray on the 53 in 6th. Kevin Hill, the Hills and Contractors rider in 7th. Kevin Rizzo in 8th. Mark Roy in the 9th spot. And the 29, Justin Gonzalez, Kawasaki Mountain rider, rounding out the top 10 on lap 1. Oh, and here comes a battle of the lead as Donahue's going to give it up. The number 8, Andy Young, jumped right by him on the highway stretch. And Jeff Spring having problems now trying to put that rhythm section. Kinos is going to close right up on him. Oh, leader's on the right-hand side. Looked like Donahue trying to make something happen on the inside, and he goes down at the end of that rhythm section. And Jeff Spring's going to make the pass into second. So Donahue was trying to make something happen there as he went way to the inside on that right-hand side rhythm section, trying to get under Andy Young, but did not have the drive, and then he just lost it a little bit there. The 88 of Spring makes the pass. Oh, now he's going to give up another spot as it looks like Hill coming through there. So the 205 challenging now with Jeff Spring. So big turn of events here as the 205 of Kevin Hill goes from 5th to 2nd on that one. So Andy Young, Kevin Hill, Jeff Spring, TJ Donahue, Justin Kikinos, the top 5 now. Two to go here. Oh, your leader having a little trouble in the whoop section. Andy Young almost threw it away there on that right hand, or on the far side of the rhythm section. As you get over closer to the fence line, that gets very soft. And we are down to 1 to go here for the number 8 of Andy Young. Kevin Hill is closing the gap, though. The 205 has been moving through the pack, and he doesn't look like he is done trying to make passes here. Coming to the inside. Now here's where it gets interesting. You got some slower riders here, a little bit of lap traffic going to be coming up, so this battle for the lead might just get a little bit personal here on the final lap. We might see a little bit of bumping if we can get anything goes here in pit bikes. And that time around, the number 8 of Andy Young with a good solid run through the whoop section. That might just seal the deal for him. That is going to be the checkered flag, so it'll be the number 8 of Andy Young hanging on for the race win here in the Pit Bike Open. Alias Hilson Contractors rider Kevin Hill across the line in second. It is going to be TJ Donahue on the 143 hanging on to third. Justin Cuquinos, the 444 across the line fourth. And it is going to be the 88 of Jeff Spring rounding out the top 5. 250A riders next off the gate. So 250A riders going to fire down the start straight. We need 250B riders in the staging area and 250C riders down to pre-staging. So Pit Bike Open winding down their final lap here. 250A next off the gate. All right, counting them down the line here for the 250A. And it's going to be the number 7. That is the KTM rider, Scott Davis, grabbing the whole shot. So Davis, the Toco Line Construction Winchester Motorsports rider with the whole shot and the early lead. He's going to take him to the rhythm section. And looks to be the 909, Ryan Wadsworth, making a move to second. So there is the 7 of Davis, your leader. Wadsworth in second, Treadwell third, and Seth Ciccarelli in fourth. And you got the 23 of Josh Clark rounding out the top 5. Ben Robinson, the 238, running in sixth. And it looks like it is going to be Hutchins in seventh, Devin Sorensen eighth, and Nick Chase rounding out the field in the 9th spot. Treadwell making the move up the inside through the whoops. He's going to get around Wadsworth, so solid run up the inside line, and Ciccarelli trying to do the same thing. So Ryan Wadsworth under fire here. And now Ciccarelli gets around Wadsworth to make the move into third, and he's on the inside. He's going to get around Treadwell, so 2 turns, 2 spots for Seth Ciccarelli. And a 5.29 now going to set sail for the number 7 of Scott Davis. Davis has had no one putting pressure on him so far, and he's about to start to feel something, I'm going to say. So into the inside, here is your number 7 out front. That is Scott Davis, 2 to go. Seth Ciccarelli in second. Treadwell trying to hang on to third. Clark has made the move to fourth, and he is working hard on Treadwell to get that third spot. Wadsworth now is going to round out the top 5. And Down the highway stretch, Seth Ciccarelli closing up the gap even further as he chases down the number 7 at Davis. Here we go into the whoops section. And Ciccarelli closing the gap now. We are going to have one more time around. And Scott Davis is going to feel some pressure on this one. Into the rhythm section on the right-hand side. This is where Ciccarelli made the move before. Can't get the wheel in. And he is right on Davis here into the highway stretch. He's got the inside, and that is the pass coming into the whoop section. So it's Seth Ciccarelli. 1 to go. He wastes no time in the whoop section of making the move around. See if Davis, oh, Ciccarelli with a mistake. Davis hits him and goes down. Seth Ciccarelli lost the back tire just a little bit. Davis was so close, he got right into him, not able to take advantage and get the lead back. So it is going to be the 5-2-9. Seth Ciccarelli is going to take the win there. 23 of Josh Clark making the move into second. There's the alias KTM of Mike Treadwell third, Wadsworth fourth, and Hutchinson will round out the top 5. Tough break for the number 7 there as he led that one out most of the way through, but not much you could do about that one. Ciccarelli kind of slid out and Davis just kind of ran into him. That was just a bad luck deal right there. 250B next off the gate. So race number 14 in the order. The 250B riders will be coming down the start straight next. .250C should be in staging 65, A, B, and C in pre-staging. And it looks like we got a rider with a hand up down there on the line. That looks to be the 814 of Sorensen firing that bike over. And we got everything straightened out, so he is running. Board goes up, and we are ready to go racing. And it's going to be the 528. So Taylor Fortini, North Adams sheet metal rider with another hole shot, but he's got a rider jumping right on the inside, right by him. And that was the 195 of Justin Paris. Paris wasting no time, jumping to the inside at the end of the highway stretch to take that top spot away. So Fortini in second. Looks like the number 9, Justin Curtis, the Bell REP Sandbox Kings rider, into third. Chris Cato, the 29 MC Racing rider, running in fourth. It's going to be the 152 of Nick Panchot, rounding out the top 5 on lap 1. And just like that, Fortini back to the lead as he gets around the outside on Paris through that rhythm section. And again, Paris airing out that triple on the highway stretch to close right up. Fortini's gonna have to watch the inside. There goes the 195 on the inside. But Fortini keeps the speed up. So calculated move to give up the inside line, but he holds up the momentum, so he'll hold on to that top spot. So Taylor Fortini, Justin Paris, Justin Curtis, the 29 and Chris Cato, and the 112 now up into the top 5. That's Tyler Morin on the Prospect Designs ride. Things are hectic in the back of the pack there, as you can see, as we now pick up our leaders down the highway stretch. And again, Paris airs out that triple. That gives him got to be a good half a second a lap that he closes up on Fortini. And again, Fortini goes to the outside. It's a gamble, but so far Paris hasn't been in position to put a wheel in on him, but that could change as the moto wears on. Sometimes those good intentions go away as you get closer to the checkered flag. Three-rider battle through the right-hand side. You see Justin Curtis tries to make something happen there on the inside. And again, Paris airing out the triple. Fortini is not electing to do that. Here we go again. Paris goes to the inside. He's just got to get aggressive, and he's going to be able to slow the momentum of the leader. But right now, the 528 of Fortini making some smart choices out there. So we are going to be down to 1 to go here. One more time around. See if the 528 can hang on for the win. Again, I can see Curtis tries to get to the inside. This time around, Paris is going to close the door on him, as he can definitely start to feel that pressure from the number 9. So that is going to be good news if you're the 528 of Taylor Fortini, because now you got the 195 riding behind him a little bit as he's worried about the number 9 of Curtis. That'll be the checkered flag. The race win for the North Adams sheet metal ride of Taylor Fortini. 195, Justin Paris across the line second. Justin Curtis on the bell. REP Sandbox King CTF ride will finish it up in third. Chris Cato, the MC Racing Decal Works Factory Connection rider, in fourth. And it's the 112. Tyler Morin, the Prospect Designs Honda rider, will round out the top 5. 250 C riders next off the start gate. And in keeping with the theme of the day, we've got another pretty full gate down there. So 250 C riders next off the gate. 65 A, B, and C, you should be in the staging area. Youth A and B in pre-staging. This is race number 15 here in the heat race half. And we have got the 30 board up. And that looked to be the 659 of Jeremy Buck with the whole shot. A little sideways coming through the whoop section. He's going to straighten it out at the end, so Buck is going to lead him through that rhythm section and right to the inside. Looks like the 205 Hilson Contractors routed Kevin Hill into second early on. So Jeremy Buck, Kevin Hill, 1 and 2 here in the 250C. Dom Venscoli running in third. Timmy O'Toole running fourth. TJ Donahue rounds out the top 5. And Hill and Buck down the highway stretch. Buck trying to hold on to the top spot. We'll see if the 205 can make something happen here. We've got a rider down at the end of the whoop section there, so both riders need to bring it way down. And hats off to those riders exercising very heads-up riding there. They're battling for the lead. Both of them able to pay attention there, so heads-up riding out of the top 2. And Hill tries to come to the inside, shows him a wheel. And if you're Jeremy Buck, you definitely know the 205 of Hill is right there. Here he comes to the inside. And Buck is going to stay on the gas around the outside to hold the top spot, but that was definitely a close one right there. So we are going to see a dogfight at the front of the pack here as we watch our riders head down the highway stretch. So Kevin Hill still trying to track down the leader here, the 659 of Jeremy Buck. On the right-hand side again, and Hill is going to come to the inside. Now this time he's got to switch it back out to the outside. TJ Donahue, the 143, makes the move up into third. It is the 632 of Antonio Pizzonia running in the fourth spot now. And rounding out the top five, the 64, Tony Pugh. Picking up the battle for the lead, and again, Kevin Hill gets right to the inside, puts a wheel in. But Jeremy Buck is able to keep the momentum up by using the outside line, so the two-lap board is out. That's going to switch over to one. So one more time around here, we'll see if Kevin Hill can make something happen. But Jeremy Buck riding a very smart race, 659 rider. Took a couple chances where he needed to and has been solid and steady since then. Pizzonia is still trying to track down Donahue. Again, those riders doing a great job coming through that section under caution, both of them slowing it up there. Oh, here we go, we've got it. Kevin Hill on the inside, as it looked like Buck got kind of hung up with that slower rider. As he switched his line to the outside, Kevin Hill went to the inside, and the pass was made. So that is going to be the checkered flag, the race win, as Kevin Hill steals it away from Jeremy Buck on the final lap. 2 turns to go. Makes the pass for the lead. Donahue, the 143, is going to hang on to that third spot on the TNT Repairs Factory Connection ride. Antonio Pizzonia will wing it across the line in fourth. And there's a 99 Yamaha of Cooper Brown. He's going to round out the top 5. '65 A, B, and C riders are going to come off the gate next. We've got one rider in the 65 AB class, so the number 9 of Logan Tristani will probably have no trouble at all in this moto. Good solid number of 65 C riders out there. And of course, our thoughts with that rider going down on the side over there. Like that was the... All right, so we've got the riders in the 65 class on the gate. As I said, 65 AB, the lone rider in that class is Logan Tristani. We're going to follow the action in the C class, as Tristani's going to have no trouble at all. 30 board goes up. Oh, we did have a rider get a hand up just before that board went up. So a rider with a hand up down there as we see kicking away on that bike there. There you go, get that thing lifted up. See if we can't clear the carburetor out there. Try the old jump start here. And that is not working. Yeah, unfortunately, we have rider's time has expired and we are going to go racing. Whoa, somebody flipping off the gate there. And that was the rider on the number 9. The Cycle Express, Condren Construction, County Ambulance, Ozzy Steak and Eggs, Walsh Builders, Thunderbolt MX Ride of Logan Tristani with the whole shot. As I said, Tristani the lone rider in the AB, so he's not going to have any issues in this moto. Looks like the 430 of Josh Mazzone making a move early out front in the C class. That's on the Mazzone Plumbing and Heating Strictly Cobra ride. You changed your sponsors there, Josh. So there's the number 9, Tristani. He is the leader in the AB. There's the 430, Josh Mazzone, out front with the lead in the C class. In the second spot, looks like it's going to be the rider on the number 7. That's the DF Plumbing ride of Vincent Artizzoni. Tug Greenslit, the Chef's Planet, wide open racing rider running in third. Eamon Smith fourth. Braden Webster rounds out the top 5. So once again, Tristani on the number 9 out front for the AB. It is Mazzone on the 430 holding down the top spot in the C class. And here is the battle for second. Greenslit going after the number 7 of Artizzoni. Artizzoni's going to hold him high in the berm. He'll hold the spot right now. And here he goes on the inside. Greenslit's got the inside line. Artizzoni shuts the door on him. He is not going to give that spot up. So Mazzone, Artizzoni, and Greenslit still top 3. Eamon Smith fourth. Noah Stewart the 547 rounding out the top 5 now. The 67 though. Braden Smith starts to close the gap. So Smith in 6th. I'm sorry, Braden Martin in 6th. Braden Webster in 7th. Josh Siegel running 8th. Cole Pelletier 9th. And Mason Nettleton rounding out the top 10. So Tristani running by himself in the AB, and you got Mazzone pretty much running around out front in the C. Good battle going on for second place here, as it is still Greenslit trying to find his way around the number 7 DF Plumbing ride of Artizzoni. And Vincent Artizzoni not going to give that spot up without a fight. And I know Artisoni, oh, now with Mazzone goes down. Artisoni on the inside. He's going to move to the lead. Greenslit's all over him trying to make something happen. Mazzone is back up and running, but it's now the number 7 of Artisoni with the lead, and Greenslit putting the pressure on him for the C-Class. Oh, nice run through the whoops as the 528 of Greensit just powers through the whoop section to take the top spot. So we are down to 1 to go here, and it is Logan Tristani, the AB leader. Tug Greenslit out front now in the 65C. Artisoni second, Eamon Smith third, Braden Martin fourth, and Noah Stewart rounding out the top 5. It's a tough break for the 430 of Mazzone running out front, but just dug that front tire in on the rhythm section on the right-hand side, and that cost him. And Eamon Smith on the 28 going to have his hands full on the final lap as Braden Martin is making a push. And final time through the inside rhythm section to the finish line turn, and that'll be the checkered flag, the race win here in the 65 AB, the Cycle Express Condor Construction County Ambulance Aussie Steak and Eggs ride of Logan Tristani. On the 523, Chef's Planet wide open racing ride, Tug Greenslit with the win in the 65C. The DF Plumbing ride, Vincent Artisoni across the line in second. It's going to be Eamon Smith third. The 67 Valley Motorsports ride of Braden Martin fourth. And the 430, Josh Mazzone, the Mazzone Plumbing and Heating rider, will round out the top 5. So good recovery from Mazzone there. And we've got Youth A and B next off the gate. So again, riders in the Youth AB next off the start gate, race number 17 in the order. Youth novice riders should be in the staging area. Riders in the 40A down to pre-staging. So just taking a few moments to do a little bit of touch up on some sections of the track here as we work through the race order. Youth A and B riders will be coming off the gate next. Looks like we're going to just kind of smooth that area as we get those big ruts building up where the riders are coming straight across the start straight. Yeah, brief track work there. So just doing a little bit of smoothing out in front of the gate, and looks like everything back in tip-top shape. We'll go ready to go here with the Youth A and B. And it's going to be the rider on the 814 down to the end of the start straight with the whole shot. That is Tyler Sorensen, the Manchester Honda C-Cycle suspension rider. So Sorensen, nice run through the inside. Looks like it's going to be Harrington, the 777 running in the second spot, and Harrington already trying to show him a wheel. On the 156, that is Dylan Tremblay running in the third spot. Nolan Fiella, the 189, running fourth. Justin Curtis on the number 9 rounds out the top 5 on lap 1. And already we've had a move as Harrington gets around on the inside. So it is going to be Harrington taking the lead from Sorensen. And there you see Curtis trying to make some moves to the inside as he's going to get up on the inside of Fiala. Oh, Ryder coming up way short on the inside. And that was the 156 of Tremblay. I don't know who is doing Tremblay's suspension, but he needs to buy him dinner because I don't know how that bike stayed up on that fork hit there. So nice run for Tremblay. So there's Harrington on the 777 coming out of that inside, or on the right-hand side rhythm section. Curtis is now up to third. And he's starting to show up in the picture now with Sorensen. So Justin Curtis tracking down the 814. Right-hand side, James Harrington, Tyler Sorensen, Justin Curtis. Curtis to the inside. He loves that inside line in that rhythm section there. You watch the number 9. He is going to pick that inside line on that right-hand side rhythm every single time. And that's going to close him up quite a bit now on Sorensen down the highway stretch. Harrington having his own race going on out front. No pressure. He's got to like that. Sorensen keeps the momentum up this time around. Curtis follows him through the outside. Down to 1 to go here as we watch Harrington working his way out of that right-hand side. Sorensen giving himself a little bit of breathing room now over the number 9 of Curtis. And again, Curtis going to go through the outside as it looks like he's trying to set something up here coming to the inside rhythm section. Your lead is going to come back through, and it is going to be the checkered flag coming out here. The race win in the Youth AB goes to the 777 Kawasaki of James Harrington. Second spot on the Manchester Sports Center C-Cycle suspension ride goes to Tyler Sorensen. And it is going to be the Bell REP Sandbox Kings CTF ride of Justin Curtis third. Dylan Tremblay going to hang on a fourth after a scary moment there, and it's going to be the 444 of Coquinos rounding out the top 5. We've got Youth C next off the gate. So race 18, Youth C next off the gate. 40 plus A riders, you should be in the staging area, and riders in the 40B down to pre-staging. We got a rider with a hand up. It looks like everybody all set now. And that looked to be the 138 Honda of Chris Lawrence with the whole shot. A little messy through that rhythm section there for everybody concerned, but everybody keeps going forward. 63 Riley Maynard making a move to second. He's going to challenge for the lead. Oh, Maynard goes down. Got a little bit too much throttle and jumped into the back tire of the 138 of Lawrence. Lawrence is going to keep himself up on 2 wheels. And Kevin Hill is going to jump right by the outside, so Hill's set to make a pass early here. So Chris Lawrence, Kevin Hill, Jason White, Antonio Pizzoni, and TJ Donahue, top 5 as they came across the stripe on lap 1. Hill makes the pass on the right-hand side, so the 205 now out front. And Pizzonia on the 632 going to get around White to make his move into third. And Pizzonia going to go around the outside to put the pass on Lawrence. Took the long way around, but made it happen. So a pair of Yamahas out front now. And now Donahue, the 143, is going to make a move as well, as he is going to get around Lawrence just as they went over the finish line jump. So it looks like Donahue going to take over that 4th spot. So 205, Kevin Hill, 632, Antonio Pizzonia, 1 and 2. There's the 884 of White, hanging on to that 3rd spot. So Jason White trying to hold on to a podium spot. 143 of Donahue right on him though, and it looks like it is going to be the 573 now. As Noah Horton, the automatic distributor's Ariete riding, making some moves. He's going to get himself into the top 5. So Hill up and over the finish line jump, and it looks like he is going to get the 1 lap board. And Jason White 884 rider has got his hands full. TJ Donahue trying to take that third spot away. And that is the battle on the track right now. Oh, Donahue to the inside, but loses the momentum out of the turn. So picking up your leader as he comes through the inside rhythm section. Here's the 205 Hilson Contractors Yamaha ride, taking the checkered flag, and that's going to be the race win for Kevin Hill. On the 632, Antonio Pizzoni, you're going to hang on to that second spot, and Jason White withstands the pressure from TJ Donahue. Donahue stuck a wheel in on him in the final turn, but White hangs onto it. It'll be the 573 Automatic Distributors Ariete ride of Noah Horton rounding out the top 5. So going to the 40A class now. A little bookend there. Youth C and now 40A. The young and inexperienced now going to the old and jaded. And it's going to be the 13 Suzuki ride. Rich Frank sneaking over the top of the jump out front. Whoa, 74 Hedges. Panic revving big time as he was all over the place coming down that highway stretch. He's going to come across the inside and just take the line away. So Rich Frank going to get shuffled back to third as Treadwell and Hedges both go by. Treadwell can't make that inside single. So Hedges takes the lead. Jason Hedges holds down the top spot. Treadwell in second. Rick Moore in the Prospect Designs Kenny G's Performance Tuning ride in third. Rich Frank on the Suzuki in fourth. It's going to be Kenny Germain, the 71 Kenny G's Performance Tuning ride, rounding out the top 5. All right, back to the inside rhythm section. Hedges trying to give himself a little breathing room as Treadwell on the number 9, pacing him in the second spot there. And Ken Germain now going to get around Rich Frank to take the 4th spot. There's number 11, Joe Casimir, going to make some moves through the pack now on the Troy Lee Designs Honda. So Jason Hedges, Mike Treadwell, still 1 and 2, but here comes Treadwell down the highway stretch, and he's going to go on the outside and make the pass. So the number 9 ride takes over the top spot there. So a solid run through the whoop section and into that little step on for the number 9 of Treadwell. And he's just going to come right across the inside, and the checkered flag will come out here. And just one more time around for the number 9, so he's got to get it done one more time through. So Treadwell just going to ease it through here on the final lap. You see he's just taking his time through those rhythm sections. No reason to rush. Not going to lap the guy in front of him because he's a nice guy that way. And that's the moto win to the Motorsports Nation Factory Connection KTM ride of Mike Treadwell. Hedges across the line second. Kenny G's Performance Tuning and Answer Racing Prospect Designs ride of Rick Moore will hang on a third. Here's a 71 of Kenny Germain across the line in fourth. And the Kaz Racing Honda, that is Joe Casimir, will round out the top 5 on the Troy Lee Designs Honda. +40 B riders, race number 20 in the order coming off the gate next. All right, checking him down the line here for the +40 B. Sweeping the outside, it's going to be the rider on the 142, the Paul's Towing and Auto, Yoshimura Bell Epic ASV Scott ride. That is Ron Lacoste with the whole shot. So it's the 142, Paul's Towing and Auto Suzuki ride of Lacoste, going to lead him through on lap 1. Looks like the 455 Yamaha, Walt Miller making the jump into the second spot. Kevin Berquist in third, Mike Comeau, the 94 Kawasaki running in fourth. And it's the 602 Zarsi Custom Cabinets Top Gear MX Factory Connection ride, Kurt Zarsi rounding out the top 5. And Miller puts the pass on to take the lead. He's going to go from third to first, so the 455 Walt Miller making some quick moves there. So Miller holds down the top spot through the inside rhythm section. Burke was trying to work on the 142 of Lacoste. Oh, and the 94 Comeau tries to get a little bit of an advantage coming down the outside line there, but stalls the bike. So that one did not pay off for him. So Miller with the lead. Lacoste in second, Berquist in third. Zarsi moves to fourth. And it's going to be Boron, the 97, moving up to round out the top 5 now. So the 455, Walt Miller through that whip section on the far left-hand side of the track. A little sideways into the step on, but going to keep himself moving forward. Oh, Miller, a little miscue coming through the inside rhythm section there. He's going to have to smooth that out if he wants to hold on to the top spot. We are down to 2 to go, so Miller holds the top spot. There is the No Fear. Paul's towing an auto ride of Ron Lacoste still solid in second. Berquist, the Tri-City Line X rider, running in third. And there's still Factory Connection Top Gear MX ride on Zarcy running in the 4th spot. With Boron on the 97. Going to give that 5th place position back to the 94, Mike Comeau. +40 B riders working through their laps. We got the 65 open next off the gate. Riders in the 30 and 40+ C, you should be in the staging area. Supermini riders down to pre-staging. .455 of Miller making his way through to get the 1 lap board. There's Lacoste. About the same gap between second and third. So Lacoste, a little foot off the pegs going over the finish there. He's going to have to smooth that out. So Miller making his way through the inside rhythm section here on the final lap. And that is going to be the checkered flag, the race win here for the 455 Yamaha ride of Walt Miller. Paul's towing an auto, Yoshimura Works Connection Bell, Epic ASV, No Fear ride of Ron Lacoste across the line second. Kevin Berquist, the Tri-City Line X rider third. The Zarcy Custom Cabinets Top Gear MX Factory Connection rider Kurt Zarcy fourth. And it'll be the 94 of Mike Comeau rounding out the top 5. That'll do it there in the 40+ B class. 65 open going to come off the start gate next. And a big charge around the outside line. That's going to be the DF Plumbing ride of Vincent Artisoni grabbing the whole shot. But it looks like Tristani is going to leap right by on the triple as they get to the end of the highway stretch. So Logan Tristani grabbing the whole shot. He has got the early lead on the Aussie Steak and Eggs ride. It is going to be the Chef's Planet Wide Open Racing ride of Greenslet making a move to second, the 5-2-3. And the number 7 Artisoni hanging on to third here as we come across the finish line on lap 1. Looks like the 928 of Nettleton up into fourth, and it's going to be Braden Webster on the 222 rounding out the top five. Josh Siegel in sixth. Mazzone, the Mazzone Plumbing and Heating rider, in seventh. Braden Martin, the Valley Motorsports rider, eighth. Cole Pelletier, ninth. It's going to be the 43 of Franklin rounding out the top 10 on lap one. And you see the 21 of Siegel and the 67 of Martin going back and forth for that spot. So here is the number 9. That is Logan Tristani. And the 523 Tug Greenslet is trying to track him down. There's Artizzoni still hanging on a third. So solid run for the DF Plumbing rider as he's got nobody putting pressure on him right now. Nettleton fourth. And the 222 of Webster rounding out the top five. And Greenslet is going after the leader here. Right-hander and into the wall and then down the highway stretch, and Tristani able to open it up with a little horsepower right there. Picking up for the battle for the lead here as they come into the inside rhythm section. And Greenslet's going to have the inside coming into this 90-degree turn, and he not quite able to execute the pass there. But if you're number 9, Logan Tristani, you know the 523 is right there on you now. So into the right-hand rhythm. And again, down that highway stretch, Logan Tristani able to air out some of those jumps that Greenslet is not going for. And that has given him about a half a second secondary advantage, it looks like. And as we come back to the inside, this is the spot where Greenslet will close up again. So each rider has a spot on the track they seem to be a little bit better at. And again, here is the 523 right on Logan Tristani as they come to the finish. It's coming to the inside. And that is going to get close. So down to 1 to go. And this time around, Tristani going to close the door on the inside. He's not taking any chances. Oh, and it looks like Greenslet stalls it. I think he bumped into the back of Tristani as he tried to come to the inside, stalled his bike. He is back underway, but that's going to end the battle for the lead. Artizzoni on the number 7, making his way through that rhythm section. He has got a solid third-place run going. So things starting to spread out here on the track just a little bit on the final lap. 65 open. Picking up your leader out of the inside rhythm section here, it is going to be the checkered flag coming out the race win for the Cycle Express, Condren Construction, County Ambulance, Ozzy Steak and Eggs ride of Logan Tristani. Chef's Planet Wide Open Racing, 5.23 KTM of Tug Greenslet across the line for second. And on the number 7 DF Plumbing KTM, that's Vincent Artizzoni across the line third. The 928 Mason Nettleton going to hang on a fourth. And it is going to be the 67 Valley Motorsports ride of Braden Martin rounding out the top 5. So we've got 30 and 40 plus C riders next off the gate. Supermini riders should be in staging 450. A riders down to pre-staging. And that one was just about a dead heat there. 319 at John Chipchase. And got the 54, Bobby Bergeron, both side by side as they came over that little hump there that marks the whole shot. So I'm not sure how to call that one. And it will be the 54 of Bergeron out front in the 30C. Looks like it's going to be Chipchase, 319, your leader in the 40 plus C. So Bobby Bergeron, Adam Wyman 1 and 2 in the 30 plus. Jeremiah Kilburn running third for the 30 plus C, and it is John Chipchase, Pat Andrews, and Kevin Webster top 3 in the 40 C. And here comes the 989, Wyman challenging for the lead. Bergeron has the top spot in the 30C, but Wyman right there with him. And Wyman going to go to the outside, use a little more horsepower, and it looks like he's going to make the pass as they went over the finish line jump. Pick him up on the right-hand side here. And no, not able to make it stick. So Bobby Bergeron not going to give that top spot up without a fight. And again, Wyman trying to go through that whoop section to make something happen. Bergeron with a solid line. Here we go on the inside now. No, Bergeron again going to shut the door. Oh, and this time Wyman going to jump by. And again, side by side. So neither rider really able to get much advantage, but finally it is going to be the 989 of Wyman able to make the pass. So Bergeron will drop to second. Meanwhile, 319 of John Chipchase giving himself a little bit of breathing room now as he continues to run out front in the 40C. Kevin Webster moves into second. And 311, Pat Andrews still running in third for the 40 plus C. So Adam Wyman, Bobby Bergeron, Jeremy Kilburn, top 3 in the 30C. John Chipchase, Kevin Webster, and Pat Andrews, top 3 in the 40C. Race number 22 out on the track. So down to 1 to go here. Final time around in 30C and 40C. Supermini riders next off the gate. 450A riders should be in staging, 450B in pre-staging. Open A and B riders, make sure you check your results. If you did not finish in a qualifying position, the LCQ for the Open A and B is the final race of the first half. So your leader coming through the inside rhythm section here on the final lap. The 989 KTM Adam Wyman going to grab the checkered flag. He'll be the race winner in the 30 plus C. So Wyman with the win in the 30C. Here's the 54 of Bobby Bergeron. He'll be second in the 30 plus C class. Race win in the 40C. Going to go to the rider on the 319. That is John Chipchase. He is just going to hang on to that one. As the 22 of Kevin Webster showed him a wheel in the finish line turn, but he left the settle for second. We're looking for the 311 of Pat Andrews to hang on to third in the 40. And there's Jeremiah Kilburn, third in the 30 plus C. And we'll get ready to go now with Supermini. Checking him down the line here in the Supermini. Card goes up sideways, and here we go. And right up the inside line, tracking a nice tight line around on the inside, the 444. Justin Kukinos is going to grab the whole shot. So Kukinos with the early lead, and we've got a battle going on as Larry Fortin makes the move around the 29. So Fortin on the 111 gets around the 29, and Matt Hanisch, he's got to chase down the 444 of Justin Kukinos. You cannot let Kukinos get too much of a gap early on, because he's a rider who knows how to sprint. So Justin Kukinos, Larry Fortin, Matt Hanisch, top three. Justin Gonzalez in the fourth spot. Kyle Gattani rounds out the top five. Then it's Kirkulonis, Lincourt, Laflamme, Zarsi, and Rose through the top 10. As you see, the 444 of Kukinos making his way to the inside. Larry Fortin on the 111 Chaplin Motorsports ride, making his way through on the inside now as well. As you see, they're passing each other right now, both going in opposite directions on the lane. Justin Gonzalez on the 333, going to make some moves. He's going to put himself up into the third spot now on the Mums Racing HK Power Sports ride. Kyle Gattani makes the move to fourth. Hanisch going to drop down to the fifth spot, and Kirkulonis working on him now on the 45. So Kukinos goes through the rhythm section. He had about a six and a half second gap over Fortin first time through. There you see Fortin making his way through the rhythm section. We're going to pick him up at the end here. Now the gap up to 9.7. So Kukinos laying down a very quick lap that time around, a 56.2. Fortin carding a very solid 59. And now the battle starts to heat up for third as we pick up the 333, Justin Gonzalez, and the number 2 of Kyle Gattani. So Coquinos continues to get it done out front. Fortin with a solid ride in second, and it looks like now the triple three, Justin Gonzalez able to get himself clear of the number 2 of Gattani. Gattani was starting to put a wheel in on him there, but he's able to get himself a little breathing room. Gattani continues in 4th. And there is the Poplar Hill Machine KTM ride of Tom Kirkulonis rounding out the top 5. And that is going to be the checkered flag, the race win for the 444, Justin Coquinos. Factory Connection, Keith Johnson Motocross School rider with a solid win there. The 111 of Fortin making his way through the rhythm section in the 2nd spot. So it is going to be 2nd place for the Chaplin Motorsports ride of Larry Fortin. 333, that's the Mums Racing HK Power Sports ride. Justin Gonzalez going to deal with the pressure of Gattani and hang on to 3rd. Gattani will come across the line 4th. And it is going to be the Poplar Hill Machine KTM ride of Kirkulonis rounding out the top 5 here in Supermini. And we have got the 450A riders on the gate. And here we go, 458 riders. And again, quick out of the gate, the 238, Ben Robinson. He's going to get to the turn first. Seth Ciccarelli right around the outside. He was right with him, but Robinson just edges the wheel over the top of the hill. So Robinson with the lead, Seth Ciccarelli into the 2nd spot early on. The number 9 at Treadwell up into 3rd. Toll Line Construction ride of Davis running 4th, but he's going to get passed by the 23 of Clark as he made a little mistake coming out of that section. So here's your leader on the 238. Ben Robinson takes him around on lap 1. So it is Robinson, Ciccarelli, Treadwell, Clark, and Davis top 5 here on lap 1. All right, into the whoop section, and Ciccarelli with a great run through there. He's going to close right up on the 238 of Robinson. Here we go to the inside. No, he's going to let him go on that one. So Ciccarelli just going to take his time and set something up here. Tries to cut back under. Treadwell now starting to feel the pressure from the 23 of Clark. So everybody's going to be dealing with somebody here. And a little mistake for Robinson through the rhythm section. He's going to give up the lead as Ciccarelli had a nice run on the outside. And he will take the top spot away. So Seth Ciccarelli puts himself around Robinson to take the top spot here in 450A. Clark still harassing Mike Treadwell at the end of the highway stretch. Here we go, Clark with a power move up the inside as he steps onto that tabletop and makes the move around. Sends a face full of roost to Treadwell as he goes by. And now Clark puts his sights on the 238 of Robinson. And here he is to the inside. Oh, a little bump there, but no, Robinson going to hang on to it. This guy's no stranger to the arena cross style racing. Both these guys have laid down some laps. Josh has done some Supercross stuff as well. So Ciccarelli starting to give himself a little breathing room. Robinson still trying to hold off the 23 of Clark. And we are down to 1 to go. And Clark's going to make a move straight across on the inside, take away that second spot. So Josh Clark stands that bike straight up. Got that Yamaha tracking true through the turn there. And unfortunately, I don't think we're going to have time for him to try and track down a leader as we are on the final lap here. So barring there being nitrous on that bike, I don't see him catching Ciccarelli. So the 529 one more time through that inside rhythm section. And that is going to be the checkered flag race win here for Seth Ciccarelli on the 529 Yamaha. Little goon style over the finish. Josh Clark across the line in second, and it'll be the 238 of Robinson hanging on a third, Treadwell fourth, and the Toco Line Construction Ride at Davis will round out the top 5. 450B riders will be coming off the gate next. Riders in the 450C should be in the staging area. Open A and B LCQ riders, you should be lined up in pre-staging. All right, here we go, 450B. Card is up, and we're ready to go racing. Oh, somebody jumps the gate. And it's going to be the number 9, Justin Curtis. The Bell REP Sandbox Kings Curtis Training Facility rider coming away with a whole shot here, and he's going to lead him through the whoop section on lap 1. 267. That is Chris DeRay making the move to second. And I believe that's a 727 of Pinkham into third, and then Pinkham's going to stand DeRay up in the turn to take that second spot away. And DeRay is going to return the favor one turn later. So Justin Curtis, Chris DeRay, Nick Pinkham, top 3. Pete Polish running in 4th. Tyler Morin rounds out the top 5 on the 112. Prospect Designs Honda. John Comitis 6th. Dylan Frazier 7th. Ty Mullen, the 666 running in 8th. Nick Cool 9th. And it's going to be Jeff Hab, the 58X, rounding out the top 10 on lap 1. A whole lot of panic revving going on out there. And Pinkham again going to try to get up the inside on Doré, but does not have the track position, so no change in the top 3. But we've got some people moving around outside that top 3. 636, that is going to be Dylan Frazier, the Twin Air factory backing rider. He's going to make a move up into the 4th spot. Looks like the 15 of Comitis will move to 6th. I'm sorry, 5th rather. You see the number 9, Justin Curtis, through the inside rhythm section. Just stepping off on the inside rhythm section there. That's the 53, Nick Hool. So Hool was running up towards the front of the pack earlier in the moto, had a little bit of a trouble there, and now the bad luck continues. Is going to be the one lap board coming out for the number 9 of Justin Curtis, the Bell REP Sandbox Kings rider. Whoa, the 50 of Aaron Burdick almost goes over the bars, over the finish line. That's what that panic rev you heard on that one. So Burdick able to get that back tire back down to the ground. So final lap here, Curtis, Doré, Pinkham, Frazier, and Moore in top 5. And there is Justin Curtis making his way through the inside rhythm section here on the final lap. So the race win here for the number 9 Bell Helmets REP Sandbox King CTF ride. Justin Curtis with the win in the 450B. And it's going to be the 267 of Doré across the line in second. It's like 727. Nick Pinkham is going to hang on to that third spot. Dylan Frazier on the 636 will take 4th. And the Prospect Designs ride of Morin will round out the top 5. All right, so 450C riders getting set to leave the gate. And it looks like the 99 of Cooper Brown, the Yamaha rider with the whole shot. Brown's going to lead him into the whoop section first time through. 118, Nick Edwards making the move to second. And looks like up into that third spot early on, going to be the rider on the 97, that's Estico. So Cooper Brown, Nick Edwards, Ed Estico top 3, Steve Vatour running in 4th. Austin Marceau, the 38, rounds out the top 5. Dom Pizzonia in 6th. Adam Wyman 7th. Cameron Campbell 8th. Noah Horton, the Ariete rider in 9th. And Sierra Bernard on the 418. Factory Connection Suzuki rounds out the top 10. And the 99, Cooper Brown, almost jumps off the side of the jump there in that rhythm section. He's going to have to smooth it out. And we pick up the 118 of Nick Edwards. He is charging hard after the leader, so Edwards got time to get it done. into the whoop section there, and it looks like Edwards a little quicker through that section there as he's going to close up on the leader. But he promptly makes a mistake coming through that rhythm section there, so that's going to probably take away the amount of time he made up. So 2 to go here in the 450C. Open A and B LCQ riders, final moto of the first half lined up on the gate. Cooper Brown, Nick Edwards, Ed Estico still top 3 here in the 450C. And Edwards still trying to make something happen on the right-hand side there. Oh, and your leader goes down at the end of the highway stretch. Cooper Brown looked like he just washed that front end out on the landing there. And if you are the 118 Yamaha ride of Nick Edwards, your day just got dramatically better. As he is looking at the lead now with 1 lap board out. Brown back up and running. So he is only going to lose 1 spot, but the 1 spot he did lose is the one that everybody on the track wants. 97 of Estico still hanging on to 3rd, and actually that's going to put him in a pretty close battle now to try to take the 2nd spot away. 803 of Stephen Vautour still running in 4th, and it's Austin Marceau on the 38, rounding out the top 5, trying to take that spot away. And there's your leader on the 118 at the end of the rhythm section. And that is going to be the checkered flag coming out the race win here in the 450C. Goes to the rider on the 118. That is Nick Edwards. Cooper Brown on the 99, going to hang on to that 2nd spot. It's going to be the 97 of Estico hanging on to 3rd. 803 of Vautour 4th. And Noah Horton sweeps around the outside to take 5th place with about 2 feet to go. So the 573 gets into the top 5. That is a last-ditch effort if ever there was one. All right, open A and B LCQ. This will be the final moto of the first half. We will take a break, do some track work, and then when we come back to the main event half, don't forget we have the Dash for Cash races. We'll be letting you know which riders will be calling up for those. All right, here we go. We've got the riders in the Open A and B LCQ. 8 riders, only, or 9 riders, only 4 of them going to get a ticket for the second half. And it's going to be the rider on the 29, Chris Cato, the MC Racing Factory Connection Guaranay ride. Doing exactly what you need to do in the LCQ. Grab yourself the whole shot, get out front, don't mess around in the back of the pack. 212, Rick Fleet makes the move to 2nd. And looks like the number 50 of Aaron Burdick in 3rd. And the rider on the bubble right now, the 88 of Nick Hansen, so Hegan Valley Motorsports rider. He has got to keep that spot. So Cato, Fleet, and Burdick top three. There's Hansen, the 88, in fourth. And the rider trying to take it from him is going to be the 725 of Tyson Campbell. And now Cato a little bit messy out front here. The set 212 of Fleet's going to catch right up to him. And just like that, Fleet's going to take the lead. Cato wants it back. Guys, you both got a qualifying spot. Don't put yourselves on the ground. Burdick continues in third, and there is Hansen still running in fourth. Rick Fleet able to take the top spot away from the 29 of Cato. It's when that competitive spirit can work against you, because if you're in a qualifying spot, the last thing you want to do is start banging bars with a guy. So the 212, Rick Fleet making his way through the inside. And that'll be the checkered flag coming out here. Race win in the LCQ Open AB, the 212 Yamaha of Rick Fleet. The MC Racing, Sohegan Valley Motorsports Factory Connection Guaranee ride of Chris Cato second. On the 50 Kawasaki, Aaron Burdick's going to hang on to third. Fourth place and final ticket into the main event goes to the 88 Sohegan Valley Motorsports Get Dirty MX ride of Nick Hansen. Fifth place is going to be the 725 of Tyson Campbell, but unfortunately in this race, fifth place is no place, as you don't get a ticket to the main event. That is going to do it for the first half of racing. We will be doing some track work, so please do not go out on the track surface. The machinery will be moving around out there, and I can attest to the fact that they cannot always see you. Make sure you do not go out on the track for any reason during the break in the action, please. So we'll get things smoothed out, get the track back in tip-top shape, and be back underway with the main event half. Don't forget, Dash for Cash Racing's coming up. That'll be the kickoff of the main event half. We'll be letting you know who we're going to be calling for that in just a few moments. bit of track work to complete here, but as I said, we will be doing dash for cash races to start off the main event half. And just want to give a shout out and let folks know who's going to be in the races. So you get yourself ready to go. As I said, you don't have to head down right now, but this is going to be the lineup for the dash for cash. In the 250C, it's going to be Kevin Hill and Jeremy Buck. 450C, it's going to be Nick Edwards and Cooper Brown. The 250B, it'll be Taylor Fortini and Justin Ferris. And the 450B, it'll be Justin Curtis and Chris Doré. Those are the riders that will be competing in dash for cash. As I said, that will start off the main event half. So we'll give you a little bit of time to get ready to go here. We still have a little bit of track work to do. Now the dash for cash race is generally a one-lap race. But because of the layout of the track, the way that the start gate runs in, you would only actually get a half a lap in if we did it after one. So you're actually going to go around the track and complete a lap and a half. So you'll go all the way around the track, and to finish that will actually start the lap. So as always, race to the checkered flag, folks. Don't count on it being any distance. Keep racing until the checkered flag comes out. Who knows, maybe we'll do a 20-minute dash for cash. Probably not. That probably wouldn't be a dash.
He's 10 times better. He picks it up and throws it back in the bucket. Unbelievable. Just like his father. Watch. He'll pick it up and throw it back.
Oh, you gonna do the gun? Okay.
As you may know, if you've ever been to a Supercross, they have a tendency to use a t-shirt gun at most Supercross events. So it's time to break out the t-shirt gun here. Let's get down on the fences, make some noise if you want to get a t-shirt shot out your way. I don't hear any noise. Yeah, that thing has got some legs. Do not stand in front of that when it goes off. Let me just tell you right now. I don't know, not hearing a whole lot of noise out there. Anybody want a free t-shirt? Special delivery, as it were. Try not to get run over. Alrighty, here we go. Way up. Shoot those things up over the top of the roof.
Hold that gun right between our legs.
In case you were wondering, yes, you can put a hole in the drywall with that gun. A common t-shirt becomes a projectile weapon.
Is that what that is?
So once again, just want to let everybody know that still following online, we are just in that break right now, doing a little bit of track work for the first and second half. We've got main event racing coming up. We're going to have Dash for Cash racing first. So once again, for all of you watching live online, we are in a break right now for track work, so we will be back underway shortly. Track. And we need riders for the Dash for Cash race. We're going to start off with the C classes. So 250C Dash for Cash, Kevin Hill and Jeremy Buck, please line up down in the staging area. We need 450C Dash for Cash, Nick Edwards and Cooper Brown in pre-staging. And we'll need Taylor Fortini, Justin Ferris for the 250B Dash for Cash down to the pre-staging area. And 450B Dash for Cash, Justin Curtis and Chris Duray. So those riders need to get in them gear and get down into the staging area. 250C will be the first Dash for Cash race. And again, the Dash for Cash is actually going to be a lap and a half, because the first time around you'll only complete about a half a lap. So we're going to go around to the finish line and then one more time around for that, for a full lap and a half. So just so there's no confusion, don't stop until you see the checkered flag. It's always a good rule. So just about completed here with the track work here at the break. Got the first of our Dash for Cash events lined up on the start gate. C-Class riders, Dash for Cash, 250 and 450 riders out there. Kevin Hill, Jeremy Buck, Nick Edwards, and Cooper Brown, the 4 riders going to be going for the cash here in the C-Class. We need Taylor Fortini, Justin Ferris, Justin Curtis, and Chris DeRay to be in the staging area for the B-Class Dash for Cash. And of course, riders in the 50+ and women's class want to get ready for pre-staging, as you'll be the first moto in the main event half here. So I'll put the final touches on the track work here. Once again, my folks, custom pre-printed backgrounds, on-site jersey lettering and numbering, and all kinds of different designs, whatever you're looking to get done on that bike to make yourself look good. Talk to the folks from Aggressive Graphics. And of course, if you are going to get yourself looking good, there is no better way to memorialize it forever and ever than to have Paul take a couple good shots of you out there while you're riding. So go over and see Paul at the Buckley Photos rig. He's been shooting out here all day long. He's got a gallery of stuff from all year long here and races all over New England. So get on over there, see what he's got in the gallery. You can get stuff printed up right here on site. And you can also ask him about different custom sizes, posters, preprints, and things like that. And looks like we are concluded with the track work here. Everything back in tip-top shape. We've got everybody back in their positions on the track. Getting ready to drop the gates here on the Dash for Cash Racing. But before we get underway with the main event half, could I please have everyone stand? Remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem. right, thank you very much. And we're going to fire him up on the line here for the C-Class Dash for Cash. Kevin Hill, Jeremy Buck, Nick Edwards, Cooper Brown. That's the 4 riders lined up on the gate. 2 of them are going to go away with some cash in their hands. The other 2 are just going to go away. So $50 for the win, 35 for second place. Here we go. And looks like the 205 around the outside, controlling the line. So Kevin Hill out front of the early lead. Now remember, we're going to go around a lap and a half, so it's not just a single lap because we don't get a full lap on that gate drop. So Kevin Hill looking like he is solidly in command here. And the 118 is Edwards in second. All right, here we go down the highway stretch. We'll see if Edwards can take that extra money out of the 205's hand, but it looks like Hill stretching it out a little bit there. So through the inside rhythm section, final time through, and it looks like it is going to be Kevin Hill going to be coming away $50 richer here. So Hill with the win. And there is Edwards across the line in second. And that'll do it for the C-Class Dash for Cash here. And now we go with the B riders. Taylor Fortini, Justin Ferris, Justin Curtis, and Chris Doré coming off here for the Dash for Cash in the B class. Same format. 4 riders, 2 get paid, 2 do not. All right, here we go, counting them down the line. Fortini, quick to the outside. He's been good off the gate all day long. This is where the money counts. So there's Fortini and Chris Doré. Nice move to the inside. 267 rider going to take the lead. Whoa, stacking up at the end of the section there. And that looks like that was Justin Ferris. A little contact with Justin Curtis. Ferris going to come away with the short end of the stick on that one. And Curtis gets around into the second spot. So 1 to go. And the 267, Chris Doré takes the top spot. So it is Chris Doré, Justin Curtis, 1 and 2. Let's see if Fortini can make something happen here. Solid run through the whoops on the number 9. Curtis trying to get that top spot back, but Chris Doré with a good run as well. And a checkered flag is going to come out here. The 267, Chris Doré going to come away with $50. Justin Curtis gets 35. And that'll do it for the Dash for Cash. Riders in the 50+ and women's class lining up for the first moto of the main event half here. 2-stroke open riders should be in staging, and 50cc riders down in pre-staging. So lining up the first moto of the main event half down in the start gate. Shadows getting long here as the sun goes down on the far side of the track there as we watch ahead and out of sight on the motocross track. Quick word of advice. If you were using tinted lenses earlier, double check, make sure you've changed them out. Tinted lenses, once it gets dark, not really that helpful. All right, looks like we got them fired up down on the line here, so we're going to get ready to go racing with 50 plus and women's class. All right, everybody lined up in the gate here. We're going to get ready to count them down the line. 30 board goes up. And that looks like it's going to be the 602 Top Gear MX Zarsi Custom Cabinets Factory Connection ride. Kurt Zarsi with the whole shot. And he will be out front there in the 50 plus class. Doucette on the number 10 Yamaha coming to the inside at the end of the whoop section. He's going to make the pass into the lead. Berquist into the third spot, it looks like. And looks like the 418 Suzuki of Bernard going to be out front with the early lead in the women's class. Cheyenne Andrews, the 163 in the second spot for the women's class. So it is Mike Doucette, Kurt Zarsi, Kevin Berquist, Cliff White, Simon Tooley, top 5 in the 50 plus. Sierra Bernard, Cheyenne Andrews, Katie Hanisch, Alyssa Curtis, and Morgan Stalinas, the top 5 in the women's class. So there is Doucette, Zarsi, and Berquist, top 3 riders in the 50 plus, working through the inside rhythm section. And Doucette had some struggles this year on the motocross side with some mechanical issues, so good to see him get things wired, wrapped out there. Again, there is the 418 of Sierra Bernard, your leader in the women's class, making her way through Troy Designs Factory Connection Suzuki ride. And here comes Zarsi down the end of the highway stretch. He's going to try to get to the inside on Doucette. This time around, Doucette going to go way to the inside on the number 10, not taking any chances on that happening. And Zarsi a little cleaner out of the end of that section there, and that's going to put him right on the inside of the leader. So Kurt Zarsi showing a wheel to the leader there as they came through the turn. And at the halfway point here in this moto. And again, as they come onto the highway stretch, the 10 of Doucette starting to get pressure from the 602 Carbon copy of the last lap. End of that section there. He just try to get to the inside. And now Berquist up in the picture as well. So you got all three riders in the top three, 50 plus, right there in that same section of track. And at this point in time, it is Doucette's race to lose. He's just got to keep himself moving forward. Zarsi's going to jump to the outside, but a little bit of a bump at the end there. He's going to lose that momentum. Again, Zarsi switching up the lines, trying something on the outside. Back to the inside, nothing doing there. Meanwhile, 418 of Sierra Bernard, Suzuki rider, large lead in the women's class. She has got a solid gap over the 163 of Cheyenne Andrews. Alyssa Curtis maintains third. So there is the 418 Suzuki rider coming out of that off-camber turn section. Picking up the battle for the lead in the 50 plus. Again, Zarsi jumping to the end of that section, but he's having trouble getting the bike stopped. And not able to take advantage because of that little bit of trouble he's having at the end of the section. One lap board is out. So one more time around here in 50 plus and women's class. And Zarsi's starting to feel that sense of urgency as he goes around the outside, going to try and make something happen. And again, down the end of the highway stretch, he's got the inside, but can't press the issue. And now Berquist starting to make a move as he's been watching this battle out in front of him all race long. Probably wants to try and make something happen himself. And time is going to run out. Zarsi's going to have to make something happen right here, right now. And it doesn't look like that's going to happen. So the number 10 Yamaha ride, Mike Doucette with the checkered flag and the race win here in the 50 plus. Factory Connection Top Gear MX ride of Kurt Zarsi across the line second. Berquist will finish it up in third on the Tri-City Line X ride. Two-stroke open riders next off the gate. Here is your winner in the women's class, the rider on the 418 Suzuki. Sierra Bernard takes the win in the women's class. Looking for the 163 Cheyenne Andrews to hang on to the second spot. Third place looks like it's going to be the rider on the 527 REP Sandbox Kings Guernay CTF ride, Alyssa Curtis. All right, counting them down the line here for the two-stroke open. And sneaking over that inside line, that's going to be the 207 Yamaha. That is Marco Trask with the whole shot here in the two-stroke open. Nice run through the whoops. He's got Kimball right with him on the 43. Both riders clearing through that step-on section. 6:39 arounds up into the third spot. Oh, Trask, a little miscue at the end of the section there. Almost went down. And he's almost going to drop it again. Straighten it out, man. So Trask holds down the lead, but just barely. Barbin on the 43 right around the outside. And Barbin already going to make the pass in that right-hand rhythm section. So Barbin takes the lead. Trask to second, rounds in third. Dylan Hughes running fourth. Kevin Hill rounds out the top five. And Rounds is going to have some issues there. That's going to drop him out of third. He'll be down into the sixth spot, so that's going to put Nolan Fiella into fifth. And it looks like promptly Fiella is going to tip over there and give fifth place back to Rounds. Nobody wants that fifth place spot. So Mike Barbin on the 43. I believe I mistakenly called him Steve Kimball first time through. My mistake. It is indeed Mike Barbin with the lead here. And Trask really starting to get some pressure now. Kevin Hill moves into that third spot, and he is all over the 207. And both riders using pretty much the same line through that whoop section there, so Hill not able to gain any advantage on Trask. Into that inside rhythm section they go. Your leader on the 43 coming through the inside. That's Mike Barbin, going to be making his way over the finish line jump. And here comes Hill. He's going to make the move to the outside, and it looks like Hill's going to have the position as he goes out of sight here. And into that right-hand rhythm section, it is the 205 making the move to second. So Mike Barbin, Kevin Hill, and Marco Trask now the top three. Dylan Hughes and Rob Rounds fourth and fifth. Trask trying to make something happen, an answer back on that 205 pass there, but Kevin Hill picking up the pace rather quickly. And we'll pick up Barbin as he comes through the rhythm section, working his way across the start straight, and he is going to be making his way up and over the finish line jump. So Barbin, Hill, and Trask top three. 6:03 Dylan Hughes bringing it across the line there in the fourth spot, and it isn't Steve. The 6:39 of Rob Rounds in the fifth spot. And Barbin coming across the start straight here, and it's going to be the two-lap board coming out. So 2 to go for the rider on the 43. 205, Kevin Hill maintaining that second spot. There's Trask in third. And things really starting to spread out on the track here. So two-stroke open riders working through with 2 to go. 50cc riders next off the start gate. Riders in the open A and B, you should be in the staging area. Open C riders down to pre-staging. Final time around here in the two-stroke open. So a pretty solid run for Mike Barbin, getting out front pretty early on. Did not waste much time doing that, and he has tried to hold that position steady all race long. And that'll be the checkered flag, the race win here in the two-stroke open, the 43 of Mike Barbin. Hilson Contractors ride of Kevin Hill across the line for second. On the 207, it's going to be Marco Trask third. It's going to be Dylan Hughes fourth, and Rob Rounds will bring it around in the fifth place spot here on the 639 Suzuki. And we've got riders in the 50cc class lined up on the gate here. 50cc 4 to 6 and 7 to 9. All right, 30 card goes up. And we're ready to go racing. So the number 30 grabbing the hole shot there, that is Brandon Germain. So Germain with the hole shot, he's going to lead him into that whip section there and make his way back into the inside rhythm. So Germain with the lead right now in the 50cc 7-9, but he has got some company coming in that inside rhythm section. All right, making the move on the inside. That is going to be the 928 of Mason Nettleton. So Nettleton now takes over the top spot in the 7-9 class. Germain in second. The 113, Merrill Cox across the line in third. Out front with the lead in the 50cc 4 to 6, the 901 of Austin Ober. Nick Frazier in second for the 4 to 6 class. And Nettleton starting to open up a gap on the field as he's heading down the highway stretch all by himself. And a pack of riders through the whoop section into that step on. So Austin Ober, Nick Frazier, Jeffrey Jacobs, Madison Casimir, and Sebastian Sari, top 5 in the 50cc 4 to 6. Mason Nettleton, Brandon Germain, Merrill Cox, Carter Hab, and Adam Hain in the top 5 in the 7 to 9 class. Your leader on the 928 making his way over the finish line jump. And things really starting to tighten up towards the front of the pack here. 50cc riders, we got some changes in position, it looks like. So Nettleton holds the lead, Cox in second, Germain moves to third, Adam Hain fourth. Now Jaden Doyen up into the top 5. Franklin moves to sixth. That's for the 7-9 class. It's still Austin Ober, Nick Frazier, and Jeff Jacobs. It looks like top 3 in the 4 to 6 class. So this is 50cc class out on the track. Open A and B next off the gate. Riders in the open novice class, you should be in the staging area. And 85 A and B riders, you need to be down in pre-staging. So here's your leader on the 9.28. Mason Nettleton going to get the 2-lap board as he comes up and over the finish line. And what a battle going on here. The 113 Merrill Cox, the 111 of Adam Hain, and the 327 of Jaden Doyen. They are all right up in the front top 5 of their class and all in that same section of track. And looks like the 111 of Hain going to make the move to second. Cox to third. Doyen now in fourth. And Eric Franklin, the 43, rounds out the top 5 for the 7-9 class now. Austin Ober still holding a solid lead in the 4-6. Nick Frazier, Jeff Jacobs second and third. And here is your leader on the 9.28 along the spectator straightaway, and he is going to get the 2-lap board, and that's going to turn around to 1. So one more time around here for the rider on the 9.28, Mason Nettleton. Here's Hain on the 111, still hanging on to that second spot. Doyen third, the 113 Cox fourth, and there's the 43 of Franklin rounding out the top 5. So pretty tight pack at the front here in the 7-9 class. And now look at the battle. Austin Ober and the 365 of Frazier getting stuck behind a little bit of lap traffic. Oh, here comes Frazier on the outside. Ober able to get through there. Oh, rider down right in front of Nick Frazier. Good bit of riding by the 365 to avoid that. And that one definitely worked out in favor of the 901. So Ober able to get to the left-hand side there, get clear of that traffic. The 365, Frazier doing a great job of avoiding that down rider. And they're heading down the highway stretch on the final lap. And here comes your winner of the 928. Mason Nettleton takes the checkered flag and the moto win in the 50cc 7-9. Second place, the rider on the 111, Adam Hain. The 327, that is Jaden Doyen across the line. Third, Eric Franklin, the 43, making the pass to fourth on the final lap. And the 113, Merrill Cox, will round out the top 5. And we're going to renew that battle for the lead in the 4-6 as Frazier is right on Ober again. And it is going to be the 901 hanging on to take the win. So Austin Ober with the win, just barely beating out Nick Frazier. That was a great battle for those two riders. Looking for the 511 of Jeffrey Jacobs to hang on to third. Madison Casimir on the 11 in fourth. And Sebastian Ciario round out the top 5 for the 4-6 class. All right, open A and B next off the gate, and we have got a full gate of riders down there. All right, counting them down the line here. Full gate of riders for the open AB. And what a surprise. The 238, Ben Robinson, quick off the gate again. And he's going to grab another hole shot. So Robinson with the early lead. But here comes the 23 of Josh Clark, chasing him down at the end of the section. Clark with a great run through the whoops right on the back tire of Robinson. There's Seth Ciccarelli up in the mix as well, right up into third. Treadwell fourth. And it's going to be the 501 Hutchinson rounding out the top five as they come to the inside rhythm section. And that's just like that. Clark goes around the outside to take the pass. And he's going to take away the lead from Robinson. So Josh Clark, Ben Robinson, Seth Ciccarelli, Mike Treadwell, Greg Hutchinson, top five. And just like that, it's going to be Ciccarelli taking over the second spot as he gets around Robinson. And another great run through the whoops. Ciccarelli on the 5.29 absolutely flies through the whoop section. Clark is no slouch in the whoops himself, but Seth Ciccarelli makes up time there every single lap. So Clark, Ciccarelli, Robinson, Treadwell, Hutchinson still in the top five. Shuffled the deck around a little bit as to who's there, but it's all the same players right up there in the top five. And now Robinson coming back after Ciccarelli. He has got a whole lot of life in him. So Ben Robinson right back on the back tire as Seth Ciccarelli. Watching him down the end of the highway stretch. Trouble for the 88 of Hansen there at the end of the rhythm section. He's back underway. So Josh Clark laying down a statement here as he's looking to take home the cash in the open A and B. And now he's going to start to get into some lap riders. This might actually come into Seth Ciccarelli's favor as he's going to be the rider that will come to the lappers second. You've heard him talk about it on the national broadcast. It is definitely true. The rider that hits the lappers first is going to have a little more trouble getting through. So Josh Clark, Seth Ciccarelli, Ben Robinson, Mike Treadwell, Greg Hutchinson, Devin Sorensen, Nick Chase, Chris DeRay, Rick Fleet, and Tom Albano. That's the top 10 here in the Open AB. We have gone past the halfway point. Open novice riders will be next off the start gate. And we have got 2 to go, folks. And now we're definitely starting to hit the heavy traffic as Clark coming through there. He's lost some time to Ciccarelli. So down the highway stretch on the final lap, Josh Clark looking to put the seal on the deal here for the Open A and B win. And that is the checkered flag, the race win here in the Open AB, the Clark's Racing Factory Connection ride of Josh Clark. 5:29, Seth Ciccarelli across the line to hang on to the second spot. It is going to be the 2:38 of Ben Robinson. Holding on to third, Treadwell on the number 9, Motorsports Nation alias ride fourth. And it looks like it's going to be the 5:01. Greg Hutchinson rounding out the top 5. And we have got Open C riders next off the gate. Riders in the 85 A and B, you should be in the staging area. 85 C riders down to pre-staging. All right, lined up on the start gate here, Open C. We're checking them down the line. And it looks like a rider with a hand up there trying to fire the bike over. Superfoot in there. And looks like we're going to try and give this guy a push here. So Chip Chase trying to get that bike fired over. And there you go. When all else fails, the good old bump start will do it. You just need one guy with the legs of a moose to push you. That's no problem there. All right, here we go. Everybody in the gate, everybody fired up, and we're going to get ready to go racing with the Open C. And the 25 Yamaha, so Dom Pizzonia grabbing the whole shot. Pizzonia quick off the gate, had a whole shot in the heat race half and had some bad luck. So hopefully he's got all that bad luck out of the way here and he can hold on to the top spot here in the main event. Oh, and that's not going to help you right there. So Pizzonia out front of the early lead. He's going to have to smooth it out if he wants to stay there. Austin Marceau, the 38 Kawasaki into second. Cody Stoddard third, Ed Ostico fourth. And it's going to be Riley Maynard rounding out the top 5 on the 63. All right, down the highway stretch, and Pizzonia trying to give himself a little bit of breathing room here. And Marceau now going to be under pressure from the 570 of Stoddard. Oh, Stoddard tries to go around the outside. That did not work out. And Marceau, a little mistake in the rhythm section there, and that's going to let the 570 right alongside. And he's going to have all kinds of company now. So the 570 of Stoddard makes the move to second. Pizzonia stays out front, and Riley Maynard now makes the move around into third, so that's going to drop Marceau back to fourth. And the 97 of Ed Ostico continues to round out the top 5. Jason White, 6th. Cooper Brown, 7th. Nick Edwards in 8th. Steve Vatour running in 9th. And it's going to be the 658 of Corey Buck rounding out the top 10 here as we continue through the laps. Open C-Class racing. Leaders down the highway stretch. Maynard now trying to make a move on Stoddard. Nice move around the outside through the whoop section, and Maynard's got the pass made, but Stoddard has the inside. Tries to stand him up, but no, Maynard is not going to be denied on that one. All right, now Pizzoni going to have his hands full. Maynard's going to try this inside line. Can't get on the brakes fast enough. And now the 99 Yamaha of Cooper Brown up in the mix. He's going to get into the top 5. So Pizzoni and Maynard and Stoddard, top 3, and they are all within spitting distance lead. Ostico in 4th, and Cooper Brown rounding out the top 5, and nobody's got very much breathing room at the front of the pack. And nice move up the inside. Maynard makes that line work. And the 63 takes the lead. So Pizzonia left the door open a little bit coming out of that 90-degree right-hander. And Riley Maynard did not waste any time taking advantage. So Maynard, Pizzonia, and now Ostico makes the move to 3rd. Stoddard's going to make a mistake, drop himself down to 4th. And it is the rider on the 884, Jason White, making a move into the top 5 now. And looks like Stoddard having some problems before that big hump. And look at this aggressive move by Ostico as he gets right up the inside and takes that position away from the 25 of Pizzonia. That's Supercross right there, folks. You leave the door open, someone's going to come slamming in. So Maynard on the 93 is going to get the 2-lap board. He has withstood the storm. Ostico in 2nd, Pizzonia now 3rd. And Jason White makes the move to 4th. Cody Stoddard drops down to 5th after a little problem on that highway straightaway. Maynard making his way back to the inside rhythm section. So Maynard, Ostico 1 and 2, no change there, and it is still the 884 of Jason White holding off the 570 of Stoddard for that 3rd spot. Austin Marceau back into the top 5 now as the 38 gets back to the 5th spot. And White, a little bit out of shape, coming down to the end of that highway stretch as he's on the gas, trying to keep that spot. We're going to pick up your leader here at the end of the inside rhythm section. As the checkered flag comes out, the race win here goes to the 63 Kawasaki of Riley Maynard. So Maynard with the win in the open C, 97 KTM of Ed Ostico across the line in 2nd. The 884 Honda, Jason White across the line for 3rd. 570 has started fourth, and it's going to be Austin Marceau rounding out the top 5 here. We got the 85 A and B riders next off the start gate. So 85 A and B next off the gate. 85 C riders should be in the staging area. Riders in the 30A should be in pre-staging. Whoa. That is the panic rev of the day right there. All right, 85 A and B riders fired up on the gate. We're going to get ready to go as we count them down the line. Right up the center on the 111. That's going to be Larry Fortin, the Chaplin Motorsports rider, with the whole shot. So Fortin out front of the early lead, making his way through that inside rhythm section. 198, that is Angelo Foligno in second. The 444 of Justin Quinos in third. On the 35, up into the 4th spot, that is Aiden Leflam. And Kyle Gattani rounds out the top 5 on lap 1. Zarcy in 6th, Kirkulone is 7th. So Fortin and Foligno 1 and 2. And there you see the 444 of Quinos trying to chase down second place right now. So solid run out front for the 111 of Fortin. Now here we see the 444. Quinos trying to make a move around the 198 of Foligno, and he's going to get it done there. Now the 444 is going to give chase to the rider on the 111. And up and over the hill. Oh, the 111, a little bit of a bobble on that hill. That's going to let Quinos right alongside. And they are going to horsepower to the end of the highway stretch. And Quinos able to hold on just a little bit longer. And he's going to make the pass. That was a question, who was going to outbrake the other guy? And when you're playing chicken like that, sometimes things can go badly. But this one worked out for both riders. Quinos gets the lead, Fortin into the 2nd spot. We'll see if the 111 can chase him back down. And there's the 198 of Foligno making his way through, still holding down to the 3rd spot. 35 of Laflamme and the number 2 of Gattani coming to the end of the rhythm section, still 4th and 5th. Oh, Fortin coming up short on that step-on section there, but able to soak it up. So 85 A and B riders, race number 6 here in the main event half out on the track. Justin Coquinos, Larry Fortin, Angelo Foligno, Aiden LaFlamme, Kyle Gattani. Top 5, and now Gattani going to get that 4th spot. He's been working on LaFlamme all race long. 718, Jack Zarcy in the 6th spot. Kirk Kilonis, the Poplar Hill Machine rider, in 7th. And there is the 196 of Langen rounding out the field in 8th. '85 C riders will be next off the start gate. And we are down to 2 to go here. So 85C next off the gate. 30A riders should be in staging, 30B riders in pre-staging. And just like that, Aiden LaFlamme's going to get that 4th spot back from Kyle Gattani, so we'll let them switch that one off a few more times before we throw the checkered flag, I'm sure. Here's your leader down to the end of the inside rhythm section on the 444. So one more time around for the 444 of Justin Coquinos. Oh, rider down in the far right-hand side rhythm section there. There looks to be Langen having some problems over there. Oh, and Coquinos down at the end of that step-on section. And Foligno. So Larry Fortin right on Justin Coquinos. And not much room to spare, but Coquinos is going to hang on to it on the factory connection. Keith Johnson Motocross School's ride just barely edges it out, Coquinos. So Fortin will have to settle for second there on the Chapel Motorsports ride. It'll be the 198 of Angelo Foligno across the line for 3rd. And looks like LaFlamme going to hang on to 4th. Gattani will round out the top 5. All right, so 85 C riders will be next off the start gate. All right, so counting them down the line here for the 85 C class. Two riders just about side by side as they came over that jump. So the 726 of Jason Rose and the 29 of Matt Hanisch going to have to share credit on that whole shot because that one was way too close to call. So Jason Rose, Matt Hanisch 1 and 2. On the 916, it's going to be Jake Lincourt up into third, Cody Sheedy fourth, Logan Barnaby rounds out the top five, Scott Concrete rider Briar Russell in sixth, Caleb Yerke running in seventh, Matt Niccolo in eighth. And it's going to be Sam Goad in ninth, and Eamon Smith rounds out the top 10. All right, so Jason Rose maintaining the top spot here. Lincourt still in third. 255 of Logan Barnaby makes the move around into fourth. That's going to drop Sheedy down to fifth. So picking up the battle through the inside, there is Jason Rose coming through on the 726. Hanisch maintaining the second spot on the 29 Honda ride. 255 gets around into that third spot, so Barnaby picking up another position. Logan Barnaby moves to third. Jake Lincourt drops down one to fourth. And Cody Sheedy, the 813, still rounding out the top five. 101, Briar Russell in sixth. Here's the 228 of Yerke. Continuing to run in seventh. Matt Niccolo, the 76, eighth. 705, Sam Goad running in ninth. And it looks like it's still the 28 of Eamon Smith rounding out the top 10. And now Cody Sheedy battling it out with Jake Lincourt for the fourth place spot. They're just about side by side over the finish. And it looks like the 813 is going to get the spot and hold on to it as Lincourt drops back just a little bit. And picking up your leader at the end of the rhythm section there, a little slide out. Maintaining a pretty good pace, so no problems there for the 726 of Jason Rose. Matt Hanisch continues in second. And a pretty good gap back to that third spot. Cody Sheedy gets it back. Logan Barnaby dropping back down to 4th. And it looks like Lidcourt going to have some troubles and give up that 5th place spot. The 101 Scott Concrete rider Brian Russell in the top 5 now. And Barnaby trying to get back around through the whoop section there. Sheedy with a good run on the outside, though. And we are looking at the one-lap board, and your winner is looking at the checkered flag. So Jason Rose, 7:26, takes the checkered flag and the race win. 29, MC Racing rider Matt Hanisch across the line second. Looking for the 8:13. Cody Sheedy hangs on to 3rd there. What a battle all the way through. Barnaby 4th, and Brian Russell rounds out the top 5. So 30 plus A out on the gate. 30B riders should be in staging. Riders in the 50cc Open in pre-staging. And it's going to be the 13 Suzuki. Rich Frank to the turn first with the whole shot. He's got the number 9 of Mike Treadwell powering right by on the outside at the end of the highway stretch into the whoop section. Wadsworth on the 909 follows him around into second. Looks like the 74 Jason Hedges trying to make a move into third, but Frank kind of hanging on to it for right now. So Mike Treadwell, Ryan Wadsworth, Rich Frank, Jason Hedges, and the 112 of Rick Morin to top 5 here in the 30A. First time across the stripe. Ken Jermaine running 6th, Joe Casimir 7th, Scott McPhail on number 3 running an 8th. And it's Heath Frazier 9th, and Greg Landry on a 23 rounds out the top 10. So no change out at the front of the pack. It's still Treadwell, Wadsworth 1 and 2. Rich Frank got a battle on his hands here. He's got Jason Hedges and Rick Morin right with him there as they go to the right-hand rhythm section side. And Hedges comes to the inside, tries a block pass. He's going to kill the momentum for Frank and take the spot. So Jason Hedges, a little bit of a bump in the turn there, took all the momentum away from the 13. And he takes the spot as well. And now Rich Frank going to have to deal with the 112 of Rick Morin as he closes up the gap on the 13 Suzuki rider. So Treadwell, no problems out front. Ryan Wadsworth in the second spot and getting it done. Jason Hedges makes that move to third. It is Rich Frank and Rick Morin fourth and fifth. And now the 71 of Kenny Germain up in the mix as well. So 2 to go as we follow Mike Treadwell on that right-hand side of the track, coming through the rhythm section, dropping through that off-camber single. Down to 1 to go here as Treadwell continues to run out front. There's the 909 of Wadsworth in second. Top 2 riders pulling away from the rest of the field. Significant gap back to third place. There's your third place rider right now. Hedges coming through that inside section. And there's the 13 of Rich Frank coming through, continuing to run in that fourth position. Now Kenny Germain getting around to round out the top 5 on the 71. So problems for the 112 or more in there. They'll drop him out of that top 5. And picking up your leader final time through the inside rhythm section. And the checkered flag going to come out here, the race win on the Alias Motorsports Nation Factory Connection KTM. That's Mike Treadwell with the win. Ryan Wadsworth across the line in second. On the 74 Suzuki, it's going to be Jason Hedges across the line for third. Rich Frank, the 13 Suzuki, going to hang on to that fourth place spot, it looks like. And rounding out the top 5, the 71 of Kenny Germain. And we've got the 30-plus B-class riders next off the start gate. And here we go. And looks like that's going to be the 58 of Jeff Habb with the whole shot. So Habb going to lead him through the inside rhythm section. Got the 88 of Chris Dean tracking him early on. Rousseau on the 87, looks like he's going to be running in third. On the number 5, running in the 4th spot, that's Nathan Straught. Walt Miller rounds out the top 5 on the 455 Yamaha. Ron Lacoste, the Paul's Towing and Auto Ride in 6th. Steve Kimball 7th. It's Arnaldo Lopez 8th. Sean Asher 9th. And Mike Camus rounds out the top 10 on the 94. And a little back and forth battle there out front. 58 of Hab gave up a little bit of ground to the rider on the 88, but able to gain it back after Christine having a little bit of trouble on that step-on section over on the left-hand side of the track. Rousseau continues in third. It's the 43 of Steve Kimball making a move to fourth. Miller's going to stay in that fifth place spot. And the 43, Kimball going after a little block pass there on CJ Rousseau. Can't make the pass happen there. And again, Rousseau leaves the door open. This time around, Kimball's going to execute the pass and leaves Rousseau standing high in the berm. So the 87 of Rousseau just got himself hung up a little bit too high in the berm, could not get the leg out, and that is all she wrote. We're at 2 to go here in the 30 plus B. As Jeff Hab makes his way up and over the finish line jump, there's the 88 of Christine still running down second. Kimball in third. Oh, and Hab stalls the bike coming out of that off-camber section. The 88 of Christine can see him right there now. So Hab with a little mistake coming out of that soft off-camber section. We'll see if Christine can close the gap and make something happen here. One more time around, it looks like Hab's gotten himself back in the rhythm here. See if he can get through this off-camera turn here. He's going to probably tiptoe through that. Very careful indeed. Solid run through the whoop section here on the final lap for your leader. And avoiding a slower rider there and making his way up for the checkered flag and the race win. The 58X of Jeff Hab. On the 88, Kawasaki across the line, hanging on to that second spot. That is going to be Christine. Steve Kimball, the 43, comes across the line in third. Looks like the 455 of Miller fourth. And we are looking for the number 5 of Nathan Straught. See if he can hang on to round out the top 5 as Straught comes through the step-on section. Riders the 50cc Open lined up on the start gate there. Going to do a little bit of smoothing out in front of that start gate area there. As you can see from the riders making their way out of that turn, it builds up that berm right in front of the gate. For the 50cc riders, that would effectively be a single 4 feet in front of the gate. So I'm going to knock that down, get things smoothed out, and get ready to go racing here with 50cc Open. Want to remind folks, if you're all set with racing with us here today and you're going to be heading home, please make sure you take a look around your pit area for any trash or debris. There's plenty of receptacles here at the park. You can throw that away, and we do appreciate all the help folks give us with that. And if you rented a transponder to race with us here this evening, please make sure you return that before you head off the property. We do need to have all rental transponders returned before you head home. And as we said earlier on in the Riders meeting, certainly welcome to stay over tonight and camp over if you'd like to. But we do ask you just kind of try to keep it quiet here. We do have some neighbors that are somewhat close. So 50cc Open on the gate. Pitbike Open, you should be in the staging area, and 250A riders, you should be in pre-staging. So a massive cloud of smoke lets you know that's definitely the 50s down there on the line. All the track work smoothed out, and we're going to be ready to go racing here with the 50cc class. And that one looked like it was Franklin on the 43, squeezing around the outside to grab the hole shot. So Eric Franklin, good sweep around the outside to grab the hole shot. He's got the lead here early on in the 50cc Open. So Eric Franklin on the 43 out front. It's the 327 at Doyen into the second spot. Nettleton, the 928, makes the move to third as he gets around the 919. Liam Corman, who's now fourth. Adam Hain rounds out the top five on the 111. Brandon Germain in sixth. Jack Straw at seventh. It is Carter Hab in eighth. Nick Frazier ninth. Merrill Cox on the 113 rounds out the top 10. And Franklin running all alone out front, end of the highway stretch. .327 at Doyen still in the second spot as they come out of that whoop section into the step on. And it looks like that is still Nettleton right behind him in third. And the battle going on here for second place. Jaden Doyen and Mason Nettleton battling each other. They may actually be doing themselves a disservice because Franklin's got a clear track to run on. And he is putting in some time. So the 43 ride, Eric Franklin making his way back to the inside rhythm section and holding down a solid lead here. Last time around, the gap was 7.5 seconds between first and second place. And we are down to 2 to go. And the gap only shortens down by about 1.5 seconds. So Franklin, if he can keep this pace, doing the math, looks like he could hang on to it. Got to have a nice smooth run through some of these sections. Nettleton is absolutely furious. You can see him attacking the track behind him. So here's your leader across the start straight. One more time around, and the 43 is going to take home the win. He's got to get through some traffic, though. We're starting to get into the lappers, and this is where it's going to get difficult. And the gap now is going to close down to just about 4.5 seconds. So final lap here, and we'll see if the 43 of Franklin can bring this one home. All right, leading through the whoop section, final time through. And about 1/2 lap left to bring this one home. And the 43 of Franklin coming down that inside rhythm section, final time through. And right now, somebody's mom and dad are losing their mind. Checkered flag, race win here in the 50cc Open on the 43 KTM. That is Eric Franklin taking the win. 9:28, Mason Nettleton working hard. He's going to get across the line in second. It is going to be the 327 of Jaden Doyen bringing it through, and he's going to hang on to third, the 111 of Aiden Henn, fourth, and we're looking for the 919 of Corman to round out the top 5. There you see Liam Corman coming through the center rhythm section, final time through. All right, Pitbike Open riders on the gate. So Pitbike Open going to be coming out next. Riders in the 250A, you should be in the staging area. 250B riders need to be in pre-staging. All right, here we go, counting them down the line for the Pit Bike Open. And it's going to be the rider on the number 8 out front with the whole shot. That is Andy Young. So Young with the whole shot and the early lead here. So the number 8 Young out front with the lead. So Young holds down the lead. The 34 Jeff Spring in the second spot. Props to Jeff Spring, the green glow sticks on the spokes there. That's nice. Matching the green bike. Little Chad Reed flavor there from Atlanta 2. So Andy Young, Jeff Spring, Kevin Hill, TJ Donahue, Justin Kikino's top 5. And Spring is going to take over the top spot there. It looks like Young having some problems in the right-hand side rhythm section. I see him off the side there. Looks like he's trying to do something to the bike. And sweeping around the outside, looks like it's going to be the 205 of Hill. So Kevin Hill taking over the top spot here. Spring to second. TJ Donahue now third. Kikino's fourth. And it's going to be Brentley Murray moving up to round out the top 5. TJ Donahue now trying to make a run around the outside. And he's going to sweep around the outside and take the spot away. So Jeff Spring also going to get passed by Kikino, so he's going to go from second to fourth. And back to third again. So it is Kevin Hill, TJ Donahue, Jeff Spring, Justin Kukinos, and Brentley Murray top 5 here as we work through the laps in Pit Bike Open. Race number 11 in the order. 250A next off the gate. 250B riders should be in the staging area. Riders in the 250C down to pre-staging. So Kevin Hill working through the rhythm section. He's going to come down to that very far end, make the right hand 180, and then back to the inside. And we are down to 2 to go here in the Pit Bike Open. Donahue with a nice move around the outside to get around Kikinos earlier on. He's going to make it stick, and it looks like Donahue with a little bit of breathing room now too. So Donahue got about 3 seconds over Kikino. Spring another half a second back of that. And Gilmore on the 862 now into 5th. But Justin Gonzalez on the 29. Looks like he might have made that pass. So 1 to go here in the Pit Bike Open. And still the 205 out front holding down the top spot. And Kikino's now closing up the gap on Donahue. That'll be the battle for second with 1 to go. There is Jeff Spring running fourth. And it is the 29, Justin Gonzalez, getting into the top 5 on the previous lap. So we'll see if he can hang on to that spot, making his way to the inside rhythm section. So final time through the finish line turn. And that is going to be the checkered flag. The race win here in the Pit Bike Open. 205 Hilson Contractors rider Kevin Hill. TJ Donahue, the 143 second. Show off. Justin Kikino's wheeling over the finish line for third there. Jeff Spring across the line fourth. Again, very well decorated there on the part for Jeff Spring. The green glow sticks matching out to the bike. And Matt Niccolo on the 76 going to steal that 5th place spot away on the final lap. So we have got the riders in the 250A coming off the gate next. All right, counting them down the line here, 258 gate drop. And it looks like Clark quick up the center. And it is going to be the 23 Yamaha ride. Josh Clark with the hole shot. Ciccarelli into second early, and he's trying to make a move. Toco line construction ride. Davis caught in the pack. Looked like he had a good jump off the gate, but he is buried back in about 6. That's Treadwell running in third on the number 9. And it looks like Wadsworth in the 4th spot. And if you are racing in the A class, giving Josh Clark a hole shot is bad news, as he is going to try to dash away at the front of the pack. Ciccarelli with a good run. I know he can run the same pace, so we'll see if he can track him down here. Nice move to the inside, already trying to show him a wheel. So Clark, Ciccarelli, Treadwell, and now the number 7 of Davis up into 4th. So Toco line construction rider, like I said, buried in the pack at the start, able to make his way to 4th. Wadsworth now in 5th. Sorensen, the 214, up in the mix as well. Hutchinson, Robinson, and the 18. So Nick Chase rounding out the field. So it's Josh Clark, Seth Ciccarelli, Mike Treadwell, Scott Davis, Ryan Wadsworth top 5, Devin Sorensen 6th, Greg Hutchinson 7th, Robinson 8th, and Chase 9th. And it looks like Chase having a little bit of trouble over there on the right-hand side rhythm section. Right-hand side, 5.29. Ciccarelli looks like he's starting to close the gap a little bit on Josh Clark. Both riders going in the 48-second lap time range. So last time around, Clark a 48.4 and Ciccarelli a 48.6. Not much separating the two riders, and as they're going to come out of that rhythm section, it is going to tighten up even more. So the gap continues to close here into that right-hand rhythm section. You can see Ciccarelli using those inside lines, and he is shaving away the ground and right on the leader. All right, so Clark and Ciccarelli maintaining about the same gap. Both riders bringing the lap times down. That time around, Clark gets it down to a 47.8. And that is the fast lap of the day right there. Josh Clark laying down a 47.8. So Josh Clark, Seth Ciccarelli, Mike Treadwell, Ryan Wadsworth, and Devin Sorensen, your top five here. And Clark starting to stretch it out a little bit now. And Ciccarelli maintaining a good pace, but Clark able to drop the hammer. Another 48-second lap, and Ciccarelli puts in a 50-second lap that time. So Clark is on the move, and he is moving away from Seth Ciccarelli. And now Devin Sorensen starting to tighten up on Ryan Wadsworth. That'll be the battle for fourth. We are down to one to go here as Clark makes his way over the finish line jump. So Josh Clark, Seth Ciccarelli, and Mike Treadwell, top three with the final lap in the works. And that is going to be the checkered flag, the race win here in the 250A. 23, Clark's Racing. Factory connection ride of Josh Clark. Seth Ciccarelli on the 529 Yamaha across the line for second. And it is going to be Mike Treadwell, factory connection, alias Motorsports Nation KTM rider with third. Wadsworth looks like he's going to hang on to fourth as Robinson makes a last-ditch run at him. But Wadsworth going to hang on to it. And we got the Lights B riders, 250B riders next off the gate. 250C riders need to be in staging. 65cc riders in pre-staging. And solid run for the whole shot on the 29. That is the MC Racing Guernay. So Hegan Valley Motorsports rider Chris Cato. Justin Curtis on the number 9 in the second spot. Looks like Rick Fleet into third on the 212. So Cato with the lead, Justin Curtis, Rick Fleet second and third, Justin Paris fourth, Nate Moravec running in the fifth spot, James Harrington in sixth, Tyler Sorensen seventh, Nick Panchot in eighth, Nick Hansen ninth, and Dylan Tremblay rounds out the top 10 on the 156. Curtis airing out the triple down the highway stretch to close up on the leader. So Cato, Curtis, and Fleet still top three. The 195 of Paris still holding on to that fourth place spot. And it's going to be the 777 Harrington getting into fifth as he's going to get around Moravec. Little contact there, the 152 of Nick Panchot, the 112 of Tyler Moore. No harm, no foul. That's Supercross Racing Kids. And Curtis continues to try to track down the leader through the whoop section. Good run through the outside. But as you can see, Cato having a good run on that inside rhythm section. He's putting together those rhythm sections very smoothly. 1/10 of a second here, 1/10 of a second there, and it all adds up to a win. And Harrington now closing up the gap on Fleet. So down the highway stretch, the 212, Rick Fleet trying to hang on to that third spot, and Harrington on the 777 really picking up the pace on that lap. He closed the gap quickly on Fleet. All right, Cato and Curtis through the whoop section into that step on. They got a little bit of traffic in front of them, and both riders get clear of it, but now Justin Curtis is right on the 29 of Chris Cato. And we have got 2 to go here. We'll see if Chris Cato can withstand the pressure. I know Curtis is going to come to the inside. Tries to get the wheel on him. Oh, a little contact. Both riders go down. Cato got tangled up with a slower rider that was in front of him, tried to change his line. Curtis was right into the back of him. And Rick Fleet is going to take over the lead. Harrington to second as riders tangling up over there. So Rick Fleet on the 212 is going to take over the lead. Cato and Curtis come together there. A little bad luck. That was one of those racing incidents, as they say. And just came up on some slower traffic. Those two riders going significantly faster. And when they closed the gap, they banged into each other. Nothing either one of them could do. Harrington tries the inside. So it's Rick Fleet, James Harrington, Justin Paris, now top three. Into the inside rhythm section, and Fleet is maintaining the gap. We'll see if Harrington has anything for him here. Last ditch effort. No, it is going to be the 212 of Rick Fleet hanging on for the win. What a crazy turn of events to put Fleet out front. Harrington gets second. There's the 195 of Paris. He's going to hang on to third. Kurt is able to roll off after that, get off, and good to see that. Good to see the 29 of Cato back running. I don't think we're going to have any hard feelings between those guys. That was just a racing incident. Like I said, a slower rider kind of got in the way of both of them there. Not much either of them could do. Curtis will hang on a fourth, and Tyler Sorensen will round out the top five. That'll do it. So 250C riders heading off the gate next. All right, so we've got the riders in the 250C next off the start gate. So I count them down the line. 65 riders should be in staging. Youth A and B in pre-staging. And here we go. And holding the inside line to grab the whole shot, the 99 Yamaha ride. So Cooper Brown grabs the whole shot here for the 250C. And looks like the 659 of Jeremy Buck making a move to second. So out front with the early lead, Cooper Brown, the 99, Jeremy Buck second, Tony Pugh in third. Kevin Hill in fourth, and TJ Donahue, the 143 TNT Repairs Factory Connection ride, rounds out the top five. Samaro in sixth, Tim O'Toole running in seventh, Tommy Lee Garrick in eighth, Richard Ellis ninth, and Antonio Pizzonia, 632, rounds out the top 10. So you leave it on the 99. Cooper Brown making his way through the inside rhythm section. Buck right about the same gap behind. Kevin Hill now making up some spots as he's up to third. And here comes Hill down the highway stretch, closing up the gap on Jeremy Buck. And Hill with the cutback, but Buck able to hold the momentum. So good battle going on for second. The 99 Cooper Brown running all alone out front right now. And now the 64 of Tony Pugh dealing with the 143 TNT Repairs ride of Donahue as he's all over him. Picking up that battle on the right-hand side rhythm section. As you watch Jeremy Buck and the 205 of Kevin Hill continue to duke it out. And Donahue able to make the pass on the 143, so he'll take over that fourth place spot. So here is the 99 Yamaha ride making his way through the finish line jump. As Cooper Brown holds the top spot. There's Buck, and there is the 205 of Hill. And Brown's going to be under fire now. He's getting stuck behind some of these slower riders and not able to quickly get around him. And Jeremy Buck is right on him now. All right, here comes your leader down to the finish line turn, and it is going to be the two-lap board coming out, so 2 times around for Brown to hang on to the win here. And he's going to have to smooth it out and start picking some good spots to pass as they get into the traffic. And it looks like they're going to be clear of lapped riders for a little bit here. He's going to have some time to run on his own. All right, down the end of the highway stretch, making their way to the inside rhythm section, and one more time into the finish line turn here. And we're going to be looking at the 1-lap board this time around. There's your leader. So final time around for the 99 of Cooper Brown. And again, Kevin Hill starts to put the pressure on Jeremy Buck, and that might be good news if you're Cooper Brown, because those guys battling behind you might start to forget about you being out front. I wouldn't count on them forgetting about it, but and here we go down the highway stretch. A little bit of traffic in front of them. Buck with a nice move in the inside. And now here comes Kevin Hill. He's going to sweep the outside and pass both riders. And Hill is going to sweep the outside. And that is the checkered flag. The 205 gets there first. Brown second, and Buckham across the line in third. And it looks like the TNT Repairs ride. TJ Donahue going to hang on to the 4th spot. We're looking for the 64, Tony Pugh. See if he can hang on to 5th, but it looks like it's going to be the 709, the Dexter Samaro getting there first. So Samaro rounds out the top 5, and that'll do it for 250C. '65 CC Riders are going to be next off the start gate. rider down on the inside there, so we're going to take a few moments to make sure they safely take care of that rider. So I said 65cc riders will be next off the gate. We do want to take some time here, make sure this rider is all right. As we said, we do exercise an abundance of caution here in the Supercross track side. We cannot run races when there's staff out like that. We certainly want to make sure that rider is well taken care of. So going to be just a moment before we get underway here. Yeah, definitely make some noise and let that rider know you're thinking about him. Good to see him able to get up into the cart there under his own power. And I'm sure that is not the ride off the track Richard wanted, but good to see him up and alert. And we'll get him over there to the EMTs, take a good look at him, make sure everything's all right. Hopefully we'll see you back out here very soon, Richard. All right, looks like we got everything clear on the track here. 65cc riders set to head off the gate here. And a solid jump up the inside line. Whole shot on the number 7 DF Plumbing ride. That's Vincent Artisoni. So Artisoni with the whole shot here. He is going to be out front in the 65C. Oh, Artisoni, a little hang up there on the inside line, and that is going to let, looks like the 5-2-3 of Greenslet right alongside. Nice move, shutting off the line. So Artisoni holds the lead. Greenslet in second on the Chef's Planet Wide Open Racing ride. 222 of Braden Webster up into the third spot early on. Running in fourth, going to be the rider on the 28, Eamon Smith. Cole Pelletier in the fifth spot on the 118. Of course, Logan Tristani, the lone AB rider out there, so he's going to have no issues in this moto. We'll follow the battle in the C class. And down the highway stretch, the number 7, Artisoni, holding down the top spot. Able to get a good run through that rhythm section. And Greenslet right on the back tire. Oh, both riders come to a stop. Greenslet stalls it. It looked like Artisoni missed a shift. Greenslet came into the turn and bumped him, and it looked like he just stalled the bike out. He's back underway, but that is going to give the number 7 a little bit of breathing room. So Artisoni, Greenslet still 1 and 2. There's the 222 of Braden Webster still in third. And Braden Martin, the 67 Valley Motorsports rider, gets up into that 4th place spot now. Eamon Smith will drop down to 5th. And here comes Greenslet to the inside. He's going to squeeze through and make the pass on Artisoni. So Tug Greenslet takes the top spot. See if the number 7 can answer back as they make their way to the highway stretch. And solid run through the double, and he's going to power right back by. Greenslet has the inside line, but Artisoni is not going to be denied. And he is going to shut down the inside line here again, forcing Greenslet to go the long way around. And once again, Greenslet with a good drive out of the turn, but Artisoni is going to cut tight to the inside and shut down the line. So some good racecraft here in the 65C class. Tristani London all alone there in the AB class. He's having a good run going out, working his way through traffic. But it is Artisoni, Greenslet, Martin, Webster, and Pelletier, top 5. And again, the 5-2-3 tries to get to the inside, and Artisoni switches it up, goes outside, keeps the momentum. So good battle for the lead here in the 65C. And again, Greenslet trying to get to the inside, but not able to execute through that inside rhythm section. And for about the 1,000,000th time, they are side by side going through a rhythm section. And this time, Greenslet cuts to the inside, and he's going to make the pass and takes the line away. We'll see if Artisoni can answer back again. And it looks like the wide open racing Chef's Planet ride of Greenslet now able to get himself a little bit of breathing room, and he's going to try to open up a gap as he heads down the highway stretch. Two to go here in the 50cc, or sorry, 65C, 65AB. So final time around here as Greenslet stretches it out on the 5-2-3, Artisoni second. Tristani, the lone rider in the AB. There's Braden Martin, the 67, up and over the finish line jump as he continues to run in third for the C class. .222, Braden Webster fourth, and Josh Siegel on the 21 rounds out the top 5 now for the C class. And you lead it through the inside rhythm section here on the final lap. And that is going to be the checkered flag to race win here for the 5-2-3. Jeff's playing it wide open racing ride. That is Tug Greenslet. Second place, the DF Plumbing KTM ride of Vincent Artisoni. Win in the AB goes to the rider on the number 9. Cycle Express, Connery Construction, Village Ambulance, Walsh Builders, Aussie Steak and Eggs, Thunderbolt MX ride. That's Logan Tristani with the win in the AB. Braden Martin going to get across the line to hang on to that third spot on the Valley Motorsports ride. It's going to be Braden Webster. Rounding out the top 5 as the 21er Siegel gets fourth. We've got youth A and B riders on the line. So youth A and B riders next off the start gate. And here we go. Oh, looks like Sorensen getting stuck in the gate. It's going to be the number 9, Justin Curtis, with the whole shot. He's going to lead him down the highway stretch on lap 1. So Curtis out front with the whole shot and the early lead. It's Kokinos into the second spot. Looks like Harrington making a move around into third. Running in fourth, rider on the 152 is Nick Panchot. Dylan Frazier rounds out the top 5 on the 636. All right, so Curtis trying to stretch out the lead out front. Justin Kokinos on the 444. Going to start to feel a little bit of pressure from Harrington. 2 different size bikes there, but on the Supercross layout, you don't really have a whole lot of room to run. So the extra horsepower, not necessarily a big advantage on this track. You got a rider like Kokinos who can make the most out of every bit of horsepower he's got in the bike. Got a little bit different body weight. So this could be a good battle here in that second spot. Frazier, meanwhile, hanging on to fourth. And it's going to be Sorensen now up into the top 5 after not getting the start he was looking for, I'm sure. And a little mistake by Harrington coming out of that step-on section. That's going to let Kokinos open it up a little bit. Meanwhile, your leader on the number 9 making his way through the finish line jump. There is Justin Curtis getting it done out front on the bell. REP Sandbox Kings ride. And now Sorensen going to make the move around and get up into that 4th place spot. So the 214 making his way through. Or, I'm sorry, 814. Frazier now going to round out the top 5. And again, the battle for that 2nd spot down the highway stretch. Kokinos and Harrington. Harrington's going to try to cut to the inside. Cannot quite steal the line away there. But that was definitely a close one right there. If he has a little bit better track position, we could see a pass with that move. Again, he's going to cut to the inside, just trying to make sure he makes the most out of that torque he's got out of the turns there. And a little bit of traffic this time around. Kokinos able to squeeze through the middle. Oh, and Harrington goes down on the outside line. He just pushed the front end just a little bit, and that is going to end that big battle we had going for 2nd place, as Kokinos now going to solidly take it over. Meanwhile, no problems out front with the 2-lap board out here for the number 9 and Justin Curtis. We are going to be looking at the 1-lap board this time around as the number 9 makes his way up and over the finish line jump. Kokinos solidly in that 2nd spot on the 444. The 777 of Harrington 3rd. Sorensen on the 814 up into the 4th spot. Not a bad recovery after being stuck in the gate dead last. And rounding out the top 5 here with 1 to go, the 7X of Brad Fortini. That is going to be the checkered flag, the race win here for the rider on the number 9. Bell Helmets, Sandbox Kings REP CTF ride. That is Justin Curtis with the win. Keith Johnson Motocross School's Factory Connection ride of Justin Kokinos across the line in 2nd. It's going to be the 777 Harrington 3rd. Manchester Motorsports C-Cycle ride of Tyler Sorensen going to finish it up in 4th. And it's going to be Brad Fortini rounding out the top 5. That'll do it for Youth A and B. Actually, Fortini going to have to stay on here. Frazier might take that 5th place spot away. And he's going to hold on to it. So Fortini able to squeeze out the final lap there and hang on to 5th. Youth C riders next off the gate. All right, card is up, and we're going to go racing here with UC. that is going to be the 884. Jason White with the whole shot. And the 63 of Maynard going to jump right by. And it looks like it's going to be Kevin Hill jumping by the middle as well. So two riders going by White there in that one section. I'm not sure if he knew what the heck hit him. So Kevin Hill takes over the lead. Riley Maynard into second is Jason White on the 884 third. TNT repairs ride of TJ Donahue fourth, and Antonio Pizzonia rounds out the top five on the 632. So Kevin Hill and Riley Maynard starting to pull away a little bit. Jason White, solid run going in third. Pizzonia makes the move up to fourth. Going to drop the 143 of Donahue down to the fifth spot. Tommy Lee Graca running in the sixth spot on the 846. Kyle Gattani in seventh. Noah Horton on the Ariete Automatic Distributors ride is going to actually pick that seventh spot up. That's going to put Gattani down to eighth. Timmy O'Toole ninth. And rounding out the top 10, the rider on the 333, that is Justin Gonzalez, the Mums Racing HK Power Sports rider. So Hill and Maynard 1 and 2 through that right-hand side rhythm section. Pizzonia, the 632, hanging on to that third spot. Jason White and the 143, TJ Donahue right there battling it out over fourth. So 2 to go. Following the battle for fourth here. White and Donahue battling it out through the inside rhythm section. They've swapped off inside, outside lines about 10 times on this lap. So good solid run going there. And looks like bad luck there for the 884 of Jason White. He has stalled the bike out coming out of that off-camber turn section, so going to drop him out of the top 5. And White able to get himself up and running there. And picking up the 205, Kevin Hill coming through the inside rhythm section. And that is going to be the checkered flag, the race win for the 205 Hilson Contractors ride of Kevin Hill. On the 63, Kawasaki Riley Maynard going to bring it across the line to hang on to the second spot. 632 of Antonio Pizzoni across the line, third. And it's going to be TJ Donahue fourth on the TNT Repairs Factory Connection ride. Oh, and Ryder down through the inside rhythm section hard. Looks like it's going to be the number 2 of Gattani getting around to take the 5th spot. Oh, that looks like Horton down there on the 573. So, looks like he's sitting up, having a chat there with the track staff, and going to stand him up there. Good to see Noah going to be able to stand up there. Looks like going to fire that up and ride out the rest of the lap here. So good to see Noah back up on the bike, riding it out. And we're going to get ready to go now with the 40A. 40B riders should be in the staging area. Riders in the 65 Open, you should be in the pre-staging area. And the number 9. That is the Alias Factory Connection Motorsports Nation KTM ride. Mike Treadwell with the whole shot here in 40A. On the Prospect Designs, Kenny G's Performance Tuning Honda ride is going to be Rick Moore making a move to second. And looks like it's going to be the 71. Kenny Germain up into the 3rd spot. Jason Hedges on the 74, running in 4th. And it's going to be the 13 Suzuki of Rich Frank rounding out the top 5. So Treadwell cruising out front here. You got Morin in the 2nd spot. Good battle going on. Kenny Germain and Jason Hedges getting after it here in the battle for 3rd. Rich Frank continues to round out the top 5 on the lucky number 13 Suzuki. Oh, and Hedges able to make the pass on the right-hand side as he takes that 3rd place away from Germain. We'll see if he can answer back. So Treadwell cruising it out front here as he continues to hold down a solid gap. Morin and Hedges now going to battle for that 2nd spot as Jason Hedges getting clear of Kenny Germain and now going after the 112 of Rick Morin. Oh, and Morin looked like he stalled the bike over there. Missed a shift. I'm not sure what that was, but Hedges gets all bumped up, gets around him. Whoa, Jason Hedges, feet off the pegs, coming through the timing section there. Almost put himself into the other lane. So you could say he's hanging it out a little bit here to try to stay ahead of Rick Morin. And meanwhile, the number 9 at Treadwell on his way through the outside of that right-hand rhythm section. And down the highway stretch for the number 9 Motorsports Nation ride. So 2 to go here in the 40A. There's been Mike Treadwell from the get-go. Jason Hedges getting around into that second spot, and he has maintained it. Morin on the 112 third, Frank fourth, and Joe Casimir on the number 11, rounding out the top 5 now. And there you see Casimir and Rich Frank battling down the highway stretch for the 4th place spot here. And nice move to sweep the outside. Casimir is going to keep the momentum up and take the spot. We'll see if Rich Frank can get it back here on the inside. And side by side again. Casimir able to cut back. So a fun little battle going on here between these 2 riders for that 4th place spot. And there is number 9, Treadwell, winding down the final lap here, and he's going to be 2 turns away from grabbing the checkered flag to race win here in the 40 plus A. So the Factory Connection alias Motorsports Nation ride of Mike Treadwell grabbing a win there. It's going to be the 112 Kenny G's Performance Tuning Prospect Designs ride of Rick Morin, bringing it across the line to hang on a 2nd. And Rich Frank going to hang on to that 3rd spot. Casimir on the number 11 will have to settle for 4th. And looks like it's going to be the 365 of Heath Frazier getting around to round out the top 5 there on the final lap. Hedges having some problems. 40 plus B riders will be next off the gate. And we are ready to go racing here in the 40B. And quick off the gate, down to the turn first on the Paul's Towing and Auto, Yoshimura. No Fear ride. That is going to be Ron Lacoste grabbing the whole shot here. And Lacoste, solid run through the whoops there to hang on to the top spot. Miller on the 455 into the second spot as they go through the inside rhythm section. Looks like Zarsi in third. So it is Lacoste hanging out at the top spot. Walt Miller and Kurt Zarsi second and third. Berquist in the 4 spot. Frank Boron rounds out the top 5. Running in 6th, the 943 DCS Financial Group rider Dave Smith. Kevin Rizzo in 7th. And again, Miller and Lacoste both having a good solid run through the whoop section there. And Miller able to step onto that tabletop, and that's going to put him around the outside to make the pass. So Walt Miller around Lacoste, Kurt Zarsi top 3. There is Berquist in 4th. And the 97 of Boron now going to make the move to round out the top 5. So this is 40 plus B class on the track. 65 open next off the gate. Riders in the 30C and 40C should be in the staging area. Supermini riders down to pre-staging. So picking up your leader coming to the inside rhythm section there is the 455 Yamaha Miller. And Lacoste dealing with all kinds of pressure now. Zarsi and Berquist battling behind him. But the 142 maintaining that second spot. And it looks like Zarsi able to hold up Berquist right now. So the 455, Walt Miller making his way through that whoop section on the left-hand side. Solid run through there into the step-on. Lacoste and Zarsi, Berquist, second, third, and fourth. And there is the 97 of Boron rounding out the top 5. So riders in second through 5th place, all in very close proximity there. Miller able to give himself some breathing room as he made the pass early on. So there's your leader one more time out of the inside rhythm section. And that is going to be the one lap board coming out here. So final time around in the 40 plus B for the rider on the 455. As Walt Miller continues to get it done. Solid run on the No Fear. Paul's towing an auto. Yoshimura Works Connection ride as Lacoste continues to hang on to that second spot. Zarsi has been working on him, but the Top Gear MX Factory Connections RC Custom Cabinets rider not able to make anything happen yet. He's going to go to the inside. Still trying to make that pass. That is going to be the checkered flag coming out here. The race win goes to the rider on the 455 Yamaha. That's Walt Miller with the win. Zarcy making a pass on the final lap to take that second spot away on the Top Gear MX Zarcy Custom Cabinets ride. So the Paul's Towing and Auto Yoshimura Works Connection Bell ride. Lacoste will finish it up in third. Berquist on the 64 fourth. And it looks like that's going to be the DCS Financial Group ride of Dave Smith getting the fifth place spot there as Frank Boron decided to crash 2 seconds before he should have. You should have waited another 5 feet. You would have had that spot. It's my tip to all of you racers out there. If you're going to crash, crash after the finish line. It's really the best way to do it. If you can plan them after the checkered flag. So a little bit of smoothing out there on the track before we get underway with the riders in the 65 Open. And once again, don't forget, coming up next Saturday, we will be back here on the Supercross track. So round 2, Saturday night, June 13th. 200% pro payback for the 450A riders. And we'll be doing the Dash for Cash. This time around, we're going to have the vet riders in the Dash for Cash, 30 and 40C, and 30 and 40B riders will be doing Dash for Cash next time. Don't forget, we got a race school and open practice coming up Wednesday, June 17th. Practice is 2 to 7 p.m. $25 for members, 40 for non-members. And if you are doing the race school, practice is included. And of course, round 6 on the motocross track. Father's Day race, got that 6D helmet class. We got the dads out of retirement, the non-racing dads, and of course all kinds of good contingency money as well. So put those on the calendar. We've got a lot of stuff coming up here. Much more fun racing going on at Winchester for 2015. As always, all the information about scheduling and races and upcoming events on winchesterspeedpark.com. We have been live streaming some of the races here, so if you wanted to check those out on YouTube, you will just go to the Winchester Speed Park Facebook page. We usually have it linked on there. But yeah, of course you can't watch it while you're here racing, unless you're doing that in your helmet while you're doing it. But that would be dangerous. So you can always check that out when you get home. And here we go now, 65 Open. And it's going to be the number 9, Logan Tristani. Grabbing the hole shot there, so Tristani puts himself out front early. Good start for the number 7 of Artisoni as he makes a nice move down the highway stretch to put himself right on the back tire of the leader. And now the 5-2-3 Greenslid going to make the pass, it looks like. So Tristani out front with the lead. There's Greenslid in the second spot. The number 7 of Artisoni, the DF Plumbing rider, in third. On the 430 Mazzone Plumbing and Heating ride, Josh Mazzone across the line, fourth. Rounding out the top 5, going to be the Valley Motorsports rider, Braden Martin. Noah Stewart, the 547, in sixth. And it looks like Cole Pelletier 7th, Braden Webster in 8th, Josh Siegel 9th, and Mason Nettleton rounding out the top 10 on the 928. So there is Tristani and the 5-2-3 of Greenslit. Still 1 and 2. The number 7 of Artisoni still hanging on at third. And it is Mazzone and the 67 of Braden Martin, 4th and 5th. And into the highway stretch, and it is Logan Tristani still holding down the top spot, but Greenslit has given chase here and closed the gap on him. Yeah, we are down to 2 to go here. So 2 to go for the 65 Open. Tristani, Greenslit 1 and 2. Here's Artisoni on the number 7 a plumbing ride, hanging on to that third spot. Hayden Martin riding a wheelie out of the turn there. He's all over the gas. So Martin is trying to do what he can do to get around Artisoni. We'll see what that battle looks like. And you can see heading down the highway stretch, Artisoni able to clear that double after the wall. And that has given him that little bit of gap, as it right now it looks like Martin not able to get that jump. And here is the battle for the lead. We're going to be looking at the one lap board this time around. And it is Logan Tristani and Tug Greenslit, 1 and 2, and less than a second separating them that time around. 0.8 seconds between them. So now the end of the highway stretch here on the final lap. Tristani trying to put the seal on the deal, and it is the 5-2-3 Greenslit trying to take it away. Nice move to the inside by Greenslit. And he is right on him. Martin. Tristani to the inside. And he's going to hang onto that inside line, and he is going to hold the checkered flag and the race win. So the number 9, Logan Tristani, with the win there on the Cycle Express, Connery Construction, County Ambulance, Ozzy Steak and Eggs, Thunderbolt MX ride. Chef's Planet Wide Open Racing ride of Greenslit second. And it is going to be the rider on the number 7 DF Plumbing ride. Vincent Artisoni hanging on the third. Valley Motorsports ride of Martin fourth. And it's going to be the Mazzone Plumbing and Heating ride of Josh Mazzone rounding out the top 5. That'll do it here for 65 Open. We have got 40-plus novice, 30-plus novice riders next off the gate. Supermini riders should be in the staging area. Riders in the 450A down in pre-staging. Here we go, 40 and 30 novice. So it looks like the 989 grabbing the whole shot there. That's Adam Wyman. So Wyman out front with the early lead in the 30 plus C. And it's going to be the 22, Kevin Webster, grabbing the lead in the 40 plus C. So you lead around the 989, making his way through the inside rhythm section. So KTM ride. Adam Wyman maintains the lead in the 30C. There is Kevin Webster. That was your leader in the 40C. John Chipchase in the second spot for 40 plus C. Looks like the 806 of Steve Miss going to drop down a spot. Kilburn will pick up second in the 30C, so Miss drops down to third. So working through the laps here, 30 and 40C. 2-lap board is out. So a solid run down the highway stretch for Adam Wyman as he continues to run out front in the 30C. Kevin Webster on the 22 heading down that section now with the lead in the 40C. Supermini riders lining up on the gate. Riders in the 450A, you should be in the staging area. 450B riders down to pre-staging. So final time through here in the 30 and 40 plus novice. Following you leader down the highway stretch here as Wyman puts in one more lap in the books to take home the win. The cloud of smoke rising over the start gate that can only signify the Supermini class getting ready to fire it off the line. Either that or somebody lit the doghouse on fire down there. One or the other. And there is leader down through the rhythm section, final time through. So there is the race win in the 30 plus novice. The 989 Adam Wyman. Kilburn will hang on a second. Steve Miss third. And your race winner in the 40-plus novice goes to the 22 KTM ride. So Kevin Webster with the win. John Chipchase will finish it up in second for the 40-plus novice. All right, Supermini riders lined up on the gate. We're going to get ready to fire them down the line. Straight up the center and staying on the gas. The 444, Justin Kukinos grabs the whole shot here for the Supermini. Foligno had a great jump off the gate as well, but Kukinos just held it on longer into the turn. So it is the 444 of Justin Kukinos with the lead. On the 198, Angelo Foligno in the second spot. Up into third here. 333 Mums Racing HK Power Sports ride of Justin Gonzalez running in fourth. It's going to be the number 2 of Kyle Gattani. Larry Fortin, the 111 Chapter Motorsports rider, rounds out the top 5. Matt Hanisch in 6th. At Aiden LaFlamme 7th. Logan Barnaby in 8th. Jason Rose 9th. And it's going to be Cody Sheedy rounding out the top 10 here on lap 1. And Foligno, a little mistake coming out of that step-on section there. That is going to allow Kukinos to square it away just a little bit more. And the 333 Gonzalez closing up the gap on second place now. Gattani keeps a second or a solid run going in fourth. So Kukinos, Foligno, Gonzalez, Gattani, and Fortin still top 5. So Justin Kukinos, Angelo Foligno continue 1 and 2. Good battle going here for third between Gonzalez, Gattani, and the 111 of Larry Fortin. And we have got just 2 to go in this moto. Here comes your leader down through the inside rhythm section, and it's going to be the 1 lap board out for the 444 as Justin Kukinos continues to get it done out in front. Foligno has been tracking him down all race long, but it looks like Kukinos able to get through some of the traffic just a little bit quicker. And one more time out of that inside rhythm section, checkered flag going to come out here. That'll be the race win for the Alias Factory Connection Winchester Motorsports Keith Johnson Motocross Schools ride of Justin Kukinos. On the 198, Felino across the line to hang onto that second spot. The Mums Racing HK Power Sports ride, Justin Gonzalez third, Kyle Gattani fourth. And it's going to be the Chaplin Motorsports ride of Larry Fortin rounding out the top 5. That does it for Supermini. And 450A riders next off the gate. So riders in the 450A, next moto off the gate. 450B riders, you should be in the staging area. And final moto of the evening, 450C down to pre-staging. All right, 30 card goes up. And here we go, 450A. And once again, Ben Robinson up the inside line, holds that tight to the inside, and grabs the whole shot. And Josh Clark warp speed through the whoop section and right on by. So Clark going to take the lead over. Robinson in second. It is Treadwell third, Ciccarelli in fourth. And Sorensen rounds out the top 5 on the 214. So Clark and Robinson 1 and 2. Good battle going on for that third spot. Treadwell is not going to give this one up. And the best thing to do when you got a guy putting pressure on you, pass the guy that's in front of you. Treadwell's going to try and get around Robinson, put him between him and Ciccarelli. And to the inside, the number 9 takes that spot away. And Ciccarelli's going to do the same thing, try to get around. So, oh, and he goes down, slides the outside line. So Seth Ciccarelli goes down, back up and running, but he's going to lose a couple spots here. Sorensen gets around him. So it is Josh Clark, Mike Treadwell, Ben Robinson top 3, Devin Sorensen 4th, and Seth Ciccarelli now rounding out the top 5. And trouble for Robinson right before the rhythm section, so he's down. So Josh Clark, Mike Treadwell, Devin Sorensen, Seth Ciccarelli, Tom Albano, the running order here. And it looks like we are down to 2 to go here. Actually, we are down to 1 to go. And Ciccarelli back around Sorensen to get the third. And he is on a mission. So through the inside rhythm section, final time around. Checkered flag and the race win here into 450A, the 23 Clark's Racing ride of Josh Clark. Alias Motorsports Nation ride of Mike Treadwell going to hang on a second. Ciccarelli right on him at the end. He'll have to settle for third in that one. Sorensen comes across the line in fourth on the Manchester Sports Center ride, and it's going to be Albano, looks like, getting into that fifth place spot, and we're going to get ready to go now with 450B. All right, counting them down the line, and we're going to put the 30 board up as we get ready to go racing here. 450B. And it looks like it's going to be the 267, the Kawasaki ride of DeRay grabbing the whole shot. So DeRay with the whole shot, the early lead. He's going to come through the inside rhythm section. And already some company, 727, Nick Pinkham in second. Dylan Frazier on the 636 running in third. Justin Curtis, the number 9 mountaintop trucking ride in fourth. And Aaron Burdick rounds out the top 5 on the number 50 Kawasaki. So DeRay, Pinkham, Frazier, top 3 down the highway stretch. Curtis now making a move in. The Bell, REP, Sandbox King rider trying to get into a podium spot here. So Chris DeRay leading here as he comes down across the start straight. Nick Pinkham on the 727 under pressure. He's got Frazier right on him. Curtis right behind Frazier. And now Aaron Burdick battling it out with the 603 of Dylan Hughes for that 5th spot. And Curtis making a run down the inside at the end of the highway stretch. Can't make the pass there. And looks like Pinkham having some problems getting into that rhythm section, and Frazier's going to make the pass on him. Curtis gets by as well. So Dylan Frazier makes the move to second. DeRay still leading. Curtis now to third. And Justin Curtis working those inside lines coming out of that right-hand side rhythm section. And Frazier to the inside, Curtis to the outside, switching up lines through the step-on section. Both riders going to get on the gas coming to the inside. We are going to be down to 1 to go. So the 267 of Chris DeRay running by himself. Frazier and the number 9 of Curtis have been battling each other all race long. .727 Pinkham in fourth. And look at the chess match going on between Dylan Frazier and Justin Curtis. They are switching up their lines in every turn. Again, Curtis is going to go long on the highway stretch into the whoop section. And this time around, he's got the drive from the outside to make the pass to second. So final time through the inside rhythm section. And the checkered flag is going to come out here. The race win goes to the rider on the 267 Kawasaki. That's Chris DeRay with the win. Justin Curtis on the number 9 REP Sandbox Kings ride comes across the line for second. And Dylan Frazier on the Twin Air factory backing Lee at Scott ride across the line third. We're looking for Pinkham to hang on a fourth, and Aaron Burdick will round out the top 5. And final moto of the night here. Final moto for Supercross round 1. 450C riders lined up on the start gate. All right, 30 board goes up, and we're ready to go racing. Final race of the day. That looked like the 989 of Adam Wyman with the whole shot here. And a little collision there as Wyman clears that. The 99, that is Cooper Brown, hucked that jump in traffic, and he ended up bumping into the 38 of Marceau in the air. Both riders stayed up. But now Marceau gets tangled up with something at the end of the rhythm section, so he is not going to escape that. So Cooper Brown, Ed Estico, and Adam Wyman, top 3. Here's the 118 running in fourth. That's Nick Edwards. Sierra Bernard rounds out the top 5 on the 418 Factory Connection Suzuki. And the 99, Cooper Brown through the inside rhythm section, holding down the top spot here. And the 118 now, Nick Edwards going to make some moves. He's up to second. Adam Wyman takes over third. Ed Estico in fourth. And there's going to be the 7 of Cameron Campbell rounding out the top 5 now. And that is going to bring out the 2 lap board, so 2 to go here for the 450C. And Nick Edwards on the move here. He's closing up on Brown. Just a question of how much time he's going to have left to make something happen. We've only got 2 more laps to run in this one. is still Cooper Brown hanging on to the top spot, and now we're down to 1 to go. So Brown just has to hang on to it one more time around. I know the 118 of Edwards is trying to do something about that. He's been chipping away. Another second comes off the lead. All right, final time through the inside rhythm section, and Edwards, it looks like he is trying to hang it out to make something happen here. But Brown has, looks like he may just have enough of a gap to hang on to it, and there is the checkered flag, and it's going to be the 99 of Cooper Brown taking the win. Nick Edwards across the line in second on the 118. Looking for the 97 of Ed Estico to make his way through here as he comes through that inside rhythm section. He'll hang on a third. And it looks like it's going to be Adam Wyman fourth, and the number 7 of Cameron Campbell rounding out the top 5. That is going to do it for racing for us here this evening. Hope everyone enjoyed the first of our nighttime Supercross Series races. We've got plenty more of these coming up. Don't forget, next Saturday we'll be back here. Saturday, June 13th, we're back here on the Supercross track. And of course, on Father's Day, we're across the street on the motocross track for round 6 of the motocross series. All kinds of fun stuff. We have the dad's classes, the non-racing classes, and of course the 6D helmet contest. That's a father-son type of a deal, so make sure you check out all the information at winchesterspeedpark.com. Once again, if you rented or transponded a race with us here this evening, please make sure you return that before you head off the property. You do not have to head out tonight. If you'd like to stay over and camp over, you're certainly welcome to do that. We do ask you, keep it nice and easy. If you have fires going, get them in those chimneys, and please do try to keep things a little bit quiet. And we certainly hope everyone had a great day of racing. We look forward to seeing you all next time. As you pack up to head home, please make sure you take a look around your pit area for any trash or debris. Throw that in the receptacles located out in the park. And we certainly appreciate all the help folks give us with that. So we hope you had a great day of racing here at Winchester for the first of our Supercross Series races. And we will see you next weekend.